begin, quick overview. Just make sure that you're joining today via the Google Chrome extension instead of your browser. That way, it'll be a lot easier for you to engage with us on the platform and ask questions. We also encourage you, we also have the option, if you are unable to join on your computer, to dial in via the audio setting. So if you go to the three little dots on the bottom right of your screen, click on those, you should be able to dial in if you are not able to join on a laptop or watch the event live. It's also not too late to invite a colleague to today's event. So if you know someone who might be interested in the topic, please just send them, you can send them the URL for the event and they can join anytime throughout the day. If they just want to tune in for 30 minutes, that's fine as well. Lastly, for anyone who's not able to join live, we will be posting today's event through our on-demand channel. So you can check that out anytime tomorrow or over the weekend and watch all of these awesome sessions and speakers. So last thing, if you want to engage with us on social, sorry, I said last thing before. Please use the hashtag BILivecast so we can see what you are saying. Would love to engage with everyone on Twitter and LinkedIn, so just make sure to tag us there. So we hope that you are super excited for today's event. A huge thank you to Cisco WebEx for being our official technology sponsor and helping us facilitate all of our awesome summits and live casts that we put on every week. So we're going to be hearing from some awesome senior marketing leaders from Santa Margarita, USA, American Eagle, Mars Wrigley, Rock the Vote, BlackBerry, and many, many more. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce today's host, Chris Dietert, who is the Chief Content Officer. Always happy to have Chris hosting one of our events. So gonna hand it over to him to host. And congrats to Chris on being a new dog dad.
That's today's so much, announcement. Good to see you, Isabel. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Good. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, to Brand Innovators Influential Livecast. This is our last livecast of the year. We've been doing this since June, and it has been highly successful. Good news, we are going to be back next year in mid to late January. We'll have some updates on that soon, but we're a little bit behind, so I'm going to just dive right in. I'm sure that most of you know us, but if you're not familiar with Influential, we are an AI-powered social data and conversion company that uses influencers to create real business outcomes, including sales and foot traffic in stores, as well as online conversions and TV tune and lift. I'm now thrilled to introduce our first speakers of the day. We are kicking off with a very special conversation on wine. We are joined by the renowned wine critic, James Suckling, and Vito Marzotto, the Senior Director of Fine Wines and Business Development at Santa Margarita, USA. This session will be moderated by Adrian Lahens, the Chief Operating Officer of Influential. Welcome to the stage, James, Vito, and Adrian.
Oh.
Hello. Hi, James.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
Good. Hello from Hong Kong.
Yes, thank you for joining us. I know that you are, what is it, 1:15 a.m. right now?
That's right.
My goodness. Well,
hi, guys.
It's very impressive. Hi, Adrian. How are you?
I'm good. Yes. Thank you so much, James. I know it is so late. So hopefully you are drinking wine at this hour.
No, I want to be clear-headed.
Oh, there you are. Momentary.
Hi, Adrian. Hi, James.
Can I start the video?
Yes.
Yeah, please,
go ahead and start.
Ahead.
Yes. Just on that bottom toolbar. There we go.
There he is.
Hey.
Awesome. Great. And
has Vito joined us?
I think he's joining shortly. I know he was having a couple of technical difficulties. So we can, we can. Oh, he's here. Awesome. There he is.
I feel like I hear him in the distance.
Sorry, guys. I had to get connected by the phone because there was some issue with the WebEx link.
Not a problem. So, happy to have you.
Awesome.
Great. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. It is such an honor to kick off this event with two titans in the wine industry. Vittorio and I go way back. We are very great friends for over a decade at this point. He was a groomsman at my wedding. And James, you've been such a wonderful friend to Influential as well, and special thanks to you. If you are just tuning in, welcome to our wine panel. This is the second wine panel we've had with Brand Innovators. The first one was with CMO of Gallo Wine, Stephanie Gallo. So very excited to continue the conversation around wine. Again, my name is Adrienne Lahens. I'm the COO at Influential. Influential, if you guys are just tuning in, is a data and insights platform that powers influencer activations optimized to deliver measurable return on ad spend, both offline and online. James, let's turn it to you. I would really love for you to tell us all a little bit about your life story, and when you realized your love for wine.
No, well, I started out as a daily journalist. So getting into wine was really by chance. I actually answered an ad in the Los Angeles Times back in 1981 for the Wine Spectator. And that was when it was a tiny magazine out of a garage in San Diego. There was about 5 of us, and moved to Paris in 1985, and then to England in 88, then to Italy in 98, and then finally to Hong Kong in 2012.
Wow.
So,
and is Hong Kong your home now? Like, are you settled in Hong Kong?
Well, Hong Kong is where I have most of my staff. So my wife also has a restaurant. My office is here. And now with the pandemic, it's been interesting because I've been doing all my tasting here. I have another editor in Adelaide, Australia, tasting. So I've done most of my ratings this year here in Hong Kong, and people shipping samples. And the last 12 months, we rated 18,000 wines.
Wow.
So, in anyways, to long story short, yes, that I'm a resident of Hong Kong. So it's been nice to be at home and not flying around all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, it's kind of the silver lining of this year is we can all settle in a little bit more and avoid a little bit of traveling. Vittorio, tell us a little bit also about Santa Margherita, the brand. Would love to hear more about the family of Santa Margherita wines.
Sure, thank you, Adrienne. Well, our story starts back in the 1935 when my great-grandfather Gaetano Marzotto, he founded the winery in the northeast countryside of the Venetian region. And he was a prominent businessman at that time. And he has this dream to elevate, this agri-center, agriculture center location that basically was very poor, very disrupted by, of course, by the situation at that time. We're talking about the 2 world wars, so in the middle of the 2 world wars, and he reclaimed this area, and he made it possible for agriculture, viniculture, and so he started producing produces like grapes, like vegetables, like grains, and he gave the possibility to the local community to really work this land. And but the most important fact to make the story short is that he besides his business activities, he was a smart man, and he named the winery after his beloved wife, Margherita. So hence the name Santa Margherita. And after that, it's been like a long journey that it's about 85 years now. My family has also created and established a new estate, looking for new territories to explore and to keep this sense of the local community, local heritage, of course, but also thinking about about the future and be innovative and be at the cutting edge of this beautiful wine industry where we all belong today. So different milestones, but of course we can recap in few years. The 942, the Prosecco area with our Prosecco from Santa Margherita, the Prosecco Superiore. Then we move into, the Val d'Adige River Valley in the north of Italy with our famous Pinot Grigio. And then we started exploring other regions, I said, like in Tuscany, where James is very familiar with. So we went down in the early 90s and had the chance to purchase this little winery and making an important step for our future selling proposition. So we created our Chianti Classico Riserva Santa Margherita, which is now also it's getting good recognition across the market. And Adrian, of course, other adventures, other initiatives. Today, the whole family group actually counts about 10 different estates, and we cover about 6 regions of Italy. So we have a diverse, let's say, portfolio under a different brand name, but of course our mothership is Santa Margherita, and it's always gonna be. So we're very proud of this long history of quality and consistent wine over the course of the time.
Such a beautiful story, absolutely. And Pinot Grigio is, of course, the very popular, extremely well-known brand. Personally, I love the Catabosco as well, as you very well know, Vito. Great. So, James, tell us a little bit about your masterclass. I know that you have a very popular masterclass on wine appreciation. What are some of the key highlights from that class?
Well, I think that, masterclass.com, that's been quite a phenomenon, particularly with the pandemic, and lots of great instructors. And I consider myself pretty lucky to be part of that roster of just amazing people, from Steve Martin to Scorsese to just amazing people, Francis Keller and food, and just great group of instructors. And I think, well, first, the production value is incredibly high. It was all shot in Italy in my house in Tuscany, and it was directed by an amazing director. And I just think because the production value is so high, and then also the message isn't super academic. It's more just a few tips on, it's 12 classes, but it's just made in a simple, fun way, and just getting people enthusiastic about wine. And as I said in my masterclass, that it's not going to teach you to be a master somm or a master of wine. It's just really going to give you a feeling about appreciating wine more and just really enjoying wine. And I think that that's really the message about wine now in general. That's what I've really been trying to emphasize, particularly in Asia, but obviously in the US as well. And I think that, the more people that can drink and enjoy wine, the more that wine can enhance people's lives and bring people to the table and have a great time with with friends and family. That's really what wine's all about. So the more we can communicate about that, the better. And I think Masterclass has been great. I've really been enthusiastic with so many young people. Well, when I used to do events, we did 25 events a year in my company. But of course now it's all online, except for I'm doing masterclasses here in Hong Kong. But it's just so great to see young people that have enjoyed the class, and it's had 6 million views, just the trailer. So it's been a great experience, and great actually for the brands. It's been really great for if you want to talk about, James Suckling and jamessuckling.com.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, everyone go check it out for sure. You both have a really global perspective, of course, of wine and the industry. What would you say are some of the kind of key differentiators as it relates to like wine culture in the United States versus, other places around the world?
Well, I think that what's really interesting, and Vittorio's actually a very good example, Santa Margherita, where it actually created a category. And you spoke about the Gallos. Well, I remember when Ernest Gallo, actually, I had lunch with him, or maybe it was dinner in Florence 20 years ago. And he said to me, it was actually, he already had the answer, but it was a rhetorical question. He said, well, James, what do you think, what do you attribute the success of Pinot Grigio to the US market? And I was thinking, it's fruitiness, it's this, it's that. He goes, no, it's because Santa Margherita created the category. And that was really, you probably don't know that story, Vittorio, but anyways, that's the truth. And I think that a lot of the trends and brands and different important things in wine today have been created in the United States. And certainly here in Asia, people look to the US now, the West Coast more than ever, for trends in all things. And it's really interesting how wine's the same. So I think that, sometimes it doesn't necessarily carry over. Like Pinot Grigio, white wine is not that strong in Asia yet, but it will be one day. But I think that people look to the States for new trends and for established brands and wine types. So it's an exciting place, and the market's changing. And I think another exciting thing about the pandemic is that people have been buying a lot more wine online. I did, in fact, a webinar for my company with one of the heads of marketing and sales for wine.com, and their sales are up like 180%, and 44% of their sales during the pandemic have been to millennials. And that's really significant because excuse me, that a lot of people said millennials really weren't very interested in wine. And online sales, at least with wine.com, and I know Vivino as well, has been really dominated by millennials, and they're actually spending more than baby boomers. So this is all really good news for the wine market in America. And I'm really happy that everyone's drinking wine.
Yeah,
that's true.
Vito, were you going to say something?
Yes, I was I totally agree with what James said, and if we're looking at the global, situation of the last 25 years, we definitely have seen like a sort of a trend towards the premiumization of the wine proposition, and even though the world tends to be smaller and smaller because of the ability of the connections, the travels, internet, and etc. Also the quality and the culture of the consumers has grown thanks to all these new sort of tools that we can use every day, and we're getting more familiar with. So as a response, of course, from a production standpoint, we also try to keep on the tradition, but even be cautious about the importance of the innovation when it comes to technology, to the different territories where we are establishing new vineyards, new estates. So all of these to really respond to the consumer's demand and to anticipate the taste and somehow and the expectation of the consumers. This has always been an important role of Santa Margherita in the history, but also, as I said, in the present.
Yeah, and it's such a great point too. In the United States, there's leaders in a large part because of the branding, because of the marketing. Tell us, Vito, how did Santa Margherita dominate the category and create the category of Pinot Grigio? What was the sort of marketing strategy that enabled that type of dominance?
Well, we're talking about, we're going back to the 1961, as I mentioned before. So that basically is totally different,
sure.
Time than of today. So first, that was the innovation advanced that was put it in place from our local winemakers at that time, and the vision of the family to step into this valley, the village, so a very new area for us, but not far away, but with a tremendous potential for winemaking. And we chose the Pinot Grigio as a grape. The Pinot Grigio at that time wasn't a grape that was standing out, in the international arena. So, but the fact that we're talking about product, so the produce from the nature, this nature, it's an alpine environment that really helps to create this flavor profile, very distinctive, very unique of Pinot Grigio in this particular area. And then the style, of course, that Santa Margherita always put on this variety, very consistent, very quality driven, and then with no compromises in the business model of this production region. When it comes to the marketing approach, Santa Margherita, I think, was known and is still to be very at the forefront of the marketing world in the industry, because since then we've been very active to really try to promote and pass and translate the message to the consumers in a very innovative way. I still remember, even I'm in the 40s now, but I remember when I started working at the company almost more than 13, 14 years ago, and even before, because of course being part of the family, I always was used to go and to see my dad and my uncles at the family site in Portugal, the headquarters. I remember this beautiful ADVs, let's say, printed on the hanging on the walls with this very again modern and innovative images of the Pinot Grigio floating in the ocean with the bubbles and nature and sea life. I mean, there are a lot of beautiful images still back from those times. So in the 70s, in the 80s, that really kicked off the new approach of a wine brand, of a family brand into the wine industry. So I think my point is that from there we move on, and we try to really be always on top and on the cutting edge step of the marketing approach, and with a lot of quality communication and the right PR. And of course, the Pinot Grigio came into the United States in the late 70s, in the 1979, and since then we've been really proactive again to really anticipate the consumer's expectations and to make it very quality driven and consistent. So even today, as James mentioned before, in the new world, but the consumer still really pulls the Pinot Grigio, and he wants this wine because the Pinot Grigio Santa Margherita it's a heritage brand, it's a comfort brand, it's a brand that really speaks multi-generational in somehow, and our goal today is definitely to continue this successful path.
Yeah.
With all the obstacles and the circumstances that we're facing in this new world.
Yeah. I don't know if you could see Vittorio, but James got up and got a glass of wine. So I would love to know, James, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking actually a wine from Argiolas from Sardinia.
Wow. Beautiful.
So I'm using a Corona.
Very good. Very good. Very good. I love the Sardinian wines, James. I got a crush in the past few years since also, that we got this opportunity to take over a winery called Mesa, and in the southwest part of the island. In the
That's right. I saw that.
Yeah, and I really started to enjoy and then learn and educate myself more and more about this very ancient region, in the middle of the Mediterranean, with a lot of beautiful nuances, as you know. And these
place. Place.
Yeah.
So So, anyways, I think what's really interesting now is it's been difficult, the pandemic, but also there's been lots of things learned as far as marketing and what people are drinking, and in the States, but everywhere. And it's quite fascinating to see how things are evolving. But what's exciting is that, thank God for a glass of wine at the end of the day. It's pretty rough out there, so it's
yeah. Absolutely. It saves me every night for sure.
I like your honesty.
Yes. James, you reach, 1 million people every month with across all of your social media and across your sites. Tell us a little bit about that and how you have built your audience over time. What's been your strategy there? And also would just love to learn more about your annual reports related to the top wines around the world that you review. 1,800, you said 1,800 before, right?
18,000.
Oh, I forgot a zero. Okay, 18,000. Crazy. So yeah, tell us about that.
Well, you guys have the figures. I use Influential, and so as far as social media, which includes YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So we reach between 1 million and 1.5 million people a month. It just depends. And that doesn't count WeChat or Weibo or anything in China, which we also have. But the fact is, then of course, on the website, we reach about 1 million. And then we have various, we provide content for various publications like Noblesse in China, Korea, and Prestige in Hong Kong, Thailand, Singapore. So we probably reach 3 million people globally. But I would say, at least according to Influential, on our social media, we're 47% the US. And what I find really interesting is statistically also that about 68% are between 24 and 48 years old. So that's really interesting for me. Like, what do they want to do? Why would they want to follow me, a guy who's 62 years old and in Hong Kong? Well, I think that what's been interesting is there's so much information in the world right now through social media, the internet, and everything else, is that people are looking for authenticity and also reference points. And some people agree with what I write, other people people don't, that's fine. But I've been at this a long time, and I think I communicate pretty well about wine. And I just really try to emphasize that, and also, my life, and because wine is part of my life, being a wine critic, I've done it for next year will be 40 years professionally. Integrated into that. And so that's just the message. It's just been an honest message about who I am and what I do. And, my wife's in the Instagrams, and we talk about, restaurant, what we eat, where, when we were traveling, where we're going, what we're drinking. And I think that that has resonance with people. They want that information. And, there's so much inaccurate information out there that people are looking for real information. So we've just tried to emphasize that. And a lot of people ask, oh, who's doing your social media? And actually, I do. You can see the more corporate looking things, but most of it is me, or I'm telling the guy who does my social media to get cracking and post that. But I'm very active in it every day. I wouldn't say obsessive, but I like to tell the story. It's all about storytelling. I think I learned that at a very early age when I started as a daily journalist when I was 17 in Utah, and then graduate school at University of Wisconsin-Madison, worked my way through grad school as a police reporter. So it was always about storytelling as a journalist, and I've just stuck to that.
Yeah. It's so important to be your authentic self on social, especially as an influencer, influencer in quotes, right? But it's the reason that influencer marketing is so effective. And it's the reason that brands partner with influencers, is because they do come across as very authentic, and they've built that trust with their audience. Speaking of influence of a celebrity level, Vittorio, I know that Drake has posted that Santa Margherita is his favorite wine. I think that was unprompted, not an ad, but tell us about that. That must have been a big moment of celebration within the walls of Santa Margherita.
Jimmy, as you said, yes, of course, but it was a big positive surprise for us, because traditionally, we really we just work organically with our followers, with our influencers. It's a natural fit. We don't really recruit them on a regular basis. So it's more about let them fall in love with the quality of our brands, the sense of lifestyle that we represent, and the product, I think, speaks itself. Since the late 70s in US. So again, of course, today, it's a very important role, the influencer role, in a different extent. I think we have, personal influencer, celebrity influencer, what they call it, I think, mega influencer, micro, nano. So I think there is every target audience and consumers wise has his own fit, and so we really let things floating naturally on that sense. And this is what has been paid so far, because we have good followers and good people that they just want to share what they like, and this is very organic, and I think it's the best way to translate this the social media world today.
Sure. Yeah, it's very important to let influencers create content in an organic way, and in a way that is authentic, again, to their audience and to their other content. And Vittorio, when we think about influencers as content creators, as they are as storytellers, that, of course, paired with paid media, and targeted to very specific audiences who have maybe a propensity for buying Santa Margarita wines, or maybe have bought a competitive brand, in the past. Being able, social media allows us to, really measure the efficacy of those results very effectively, more than any other channel before. So we can also chat more about that offline. But in terms of we're getting a lot of questions here from the audience. So I'm going to turn it over to those questions here. So we have, what do you see as the biggest future challenge to retail and e-commerce, and what is the biggest opportunity?
So you said, sorry, retail and e-commerce?
Yes, what is the biggest challenge to retail and e-commerce?
Well, I think, of course, every day now we're facing with this new normal life. Let's say we are facing a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. So I think that, and based on this, especially the last year that we've been living, of course, the e-commerce in the wine world has grown double digits, and something that is important to mention, because if you look at the other sector, other industries, they were like already at the forefront on the e-commerce, on the retail e-commerce as well. So the wine business is, in somehow, my opinion, I mean, it was delayed. I mean, it has been has just accelerated the process in the past year, because of the necessity of the consumers to have a different way to grocery shopping, to online shopping. So this is definitely, I see as an opportunity for a lot of us. I mean, in our industry, a lot of producers, a lot of players in the market. Of course, there are also challenges, because now everything is more available for everybody. You just Google and click. You go on Google search and on wine search, and you want to know where, when, and how wine. So you have all the pro and cons of the industry. So that it's more transparent, but it's also challenging in the fact that you now have really to control more than before the price positioning, the right price tag on the shelf, because you don't want to make anybody upset. So I see that's the most challenge that we are facing today. But again, it's a positive thing at the end, because also when it comes to the direct to consumers model, it's something that is really, really important and successful, and is going to be the future of our industry, for sure.
Yeah, I think that also, as Vittorio said, that a lot of people have been delaying being involved in e-commerce and communicating about their brand directly to the consumer, building a relationship with consumers, trade globally. And now with the pandemic, it's really necessary. And I just urge people, to take the initiative. It doesn't matter how big or small, that, nowadays people have to communicate about what they're doing as a wine producer. And I think that people are open to get that information, because again, there's a lot of bad information out there, and even Googling stuff, it's all second and third hand and not very accurate. And I think if wine producers, they should have Instagram accounts, Facebook, and they just have to, it takes time. It's not going to be something overnight. And I really urge people to spend the time and do it, because now's the time to do it. It's so important to business, and it's not going to go away. That's definitely for the future, as Vittorio says, but everyone knows that e-commerce is here to stay. And when the vaccine is distributed and we can guard against this terrible virus, that sure, it'll go back to more physical things, whether it's selling wines in restaurants or in wine shops or supermarkets, but e-commerce will still be there, and it'll continue to grow because it's just so easy. And e-commerce it's so great, it's so dynamic in that you can, besides just click through and buy a wine, but you can again have content there, and you can tell stories, and you can do videos, and there's all sorts of great things that consumers want to learn about. I just did a masterclass today, and there were 25 people in each class. We're actually I'm doing with my team 52 classes in Hong Kong, mostly for trade in the next month. And there's 200 wines that people can taste, but each wine has a QR code, and you can use your phone, and the wine producers actually talk about each wine for 30 seconds. And this could be amazing people like Bruna Giacosa, the greatest producer, in my opinion, of Barolo, or it could be Saskia Rothschild of Lafite. I think that's really cool, things like that in the past, you couldn't even get the live person to do that. And now you can have short videos giving information about a particular wine. That's a great opportunity to educate people and enthuse people about your wine product and about wine in general. So that's, I think, some really positive things going on, and there'll be so many more innovative ways to communicate about wine. When I started my company, jameshuckling.com, when I left the Wine Spectator 10 years ago, I remember it was, I want to communicate about wine differently. And it was all about video, and it shocked a lot of people. I mean, granted, I don't think I had the message properly done, but video, we were ahead of our time, and video is really so standard now, whether it's using Instagram Live or Facebook Live or things like this, or actually shooting video with your phone. The production value is so high now and so inexpensive to get involved. So I think that it's really important for wine producers, wine merchants, everyone to get on board and be more involved communicating online or through social media.
Yeah, it's a really amazing point. There's a lot of challenges that we're all facing as a society, as a global society this year. But with challenge, of course, comes opportunity. And the new formats that are coming out, I think, are so engaging. So they're providing so much more access to things that people never had access to before at that level, as you just described. I think that's such a great example where we can actually up level the wine tasting experience by integrating some of these virtual capabilities. So that's a really fantastic example. Is that Chris?
By the way, this
Sorry
isn't
about
a
that,
virtual. Actually drinking wine, so it's an online experience.
Yes.
James, you have no idea how jealous we are. Even though it's 9:55 in the morning, we're down.
Dude, you can taste with me anytime at 9:50 in the morning. That's what I normally taste.
But it's your profession.
Yeah, well, exactly.
You have to do that, right?
That's my excuse, and I'll keep to it. So.
Well, thank you guys. A huge thank you to James, Vito, and Adrian for joining us today. I'm a huge fan of wine. I learned so much from this conversation, and I look forward to following both of you guys on social and learning more about what you guys do. Thank you guys so much. So now we're a few minutes behind, so I'm going to make this fast and zip us along to the next. For our next session of the day, we are so excited to be joined by Craig Brommers, the Chief Marketing Officer of American Eagle Outfitters. The session will be moderated by my brother, Ryan Dietert, our CEO at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Craig and Ryan.
Thanks, Chris. Craig, can you hear me?
I can. Hey, Ryan, what's up? How are you?
Good to see you, man. How are things? How you holding up?
It's cool and sunny out here in the Northeast. Perfect shopping weather as we head into Black Friday, right?
Exactly. We similar here in LA, and I imagine that's it's probably the craziest week. So thank you for making time. You probably are in 8,000 meetings between now and the end of November.
Yeah, no, it's fun to take a brief time out here, but yet it's the Super Bowl, the World Cup, all rolled up into 10 days of craziness. And honestly, I've been doing this for a while, and this will be the strangest holiday season of my professional career.
I mean, we're going to get into the level of intricacies of taking what is a horrible scenario and turning it into some sort of hopefully positive scenario with you guys with the econ play. But I want to get right into it because we're already over on time. You guys made a major announcement. So you guys, I see Mickey on TikTok with Addison Rae, and you made a partnership with Disney. Tell us about why that's the case and how you pulled this all off. It's amazing.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, the duet between Addison and Mickey just dropped less than an hour ago, and so far it seems like the reaction has been extremely positive. We love this collaboration with Disney because it feels like the mashup of nostalgia and the now. As you know, Ryan, we target a younger kid, 15 to 25 years old. We've had a rough 2020, right? A lot of missed moments, a lot of passage of rights that just have been canceled. And these kids want the warm hug of a nostalgic Christmas. I don't think anyone does nostalgia better than Disney. But the flip side is these kids have been more digitally connected over the last 9 months or so than at any times of their lives. TikTok has clearly become the go-to happy place for self-expression. And I think Addison Rae probably exemplifies the platform better than anyone. So Disney, Addison, American Eagle, it's a pretty epic start to the holiday season. We're excited.
It's Americana. I love it. I mean, I have to ask a follow-up question to this. I mean, to actually get Mickey to do like the dances accordingly, was that like a big did you have to go through a bunch of brand safety and approvals? I imagine every move is so specifically made sure it's aligned with the brand.
Yeah, our partners at Disney are fantastic, but you realize that they have to be protective over Mickey, right? And he's been around for 80 plus years. There was some delicate conversations on what Mickey could and couldn't do on TikTok, but I think we ended up in a really good place. High energy, really cute. And again, just dropped at noon Eastern time and racking up the likes and racking up the views. So it'll be fun to see how this plays out over the next couple of days.
Well, all very iconic, and I'm sure it'll be first of many big opportunities for you guys heading to next year. So speaking of this year first, we've known each other a little bit from some of the Patel communities in the past. You've been in retail. For you to join mid-pandemic another retailer, tell us, first off, why that's the case, and what is the day one? What do you do to kind of calm the troops down and get to work?
Yeah, Ryan. Craziest experience of my professional career. One, my interview process all remote, and now my onboarding process almost 100% remote. And obviously, there's some serious issues out there, right? Keeping associates safe during their daily work routines has been on the top of our mind. But I think that we've done it better than anyone else out there. I'm not saying that just because I work at American Eagle, but I think that we're taking care of our associates in a pretty spectacular way. And I think as we head into this unique holiday season, our mindset is that we're going to have to interact with our kid however, whenever, wherever they want to. So Ryan, if they want that traditional physical shopping environment, I can guarantee you they're going to come into a fun and safe environment, and they're going to experience some first ever opportunities, including personalized styling appointments. If they want to have instant gift gratification, but still want to get in and out of the mall very quickly, we're doing lots of the things that other retailers have been doing, buy online, pick up in store, curbside, but we're even doing lockers, vending machines, QR codes that people can scan and get instant outfits. So that will be great. And listen, some people just don't feel comfortable, confident getting out in the real world right now. And we're happy for you to engage with American Eagle at home safely. And we just launched a badass Snap AE holiday pop-up experience. We did that last week. And again, the engagement of this virtual pop-up has been pretty tremendous so far. And we're also going to be doing some live shopping sessions with the stars of our holiday campaign, Addison being one of them, and this guy Wisdom K being another one. So I think, reflecting back on my career, and I've done this at Calvin, I've done this at A&F, I've done this at Gap, I think more than ever, we are throwing new ways to shop and engage with our customers than at any time in my career. We'll see what sticks. This will be fun.
I mean, it's basically you came in as almost like an innovation and technology CMO, because you're obviously trying to figure out delivery mechanisms. Is that something that you had from, like, did you come with some of these ideas? Was it already kind of installed and you were basically rolling them out? Because how much did you come in and say, like, here is the kind of the smorgasbord of things that we can do to get people in and out of the location, and or using some sort of website or app?
Yeah, the cool thing, Ryan, is I joined a great team. So everyone at American Eagle is best in class in our industry. So, my goal is to harness those ideas, provide clarity and focus, and then go from there. The cool thing about Gen Z is you got to be light on your feet at all times, right? They're always going to be ahead. And we really challenge ourselves to be right there with them. We have the best consumer insights team in the business. We talk with our kids on an ongoing basis. It's going to be a fun moment where we can innovate. And I just think that this narrative that retail is dead is quite honestly BS. And I think innovation in retail is well and alive. Our mindset is never waste a good crisis. And let's see what develops from, yes, it's a very difficult period, but also can be a very exciting period for innovation.
And you mentioned that Gen Z is the focal point, and you have to basically follow them where they go in their mediums. Have you guys spent money on TV? Is it mainly digital? Is it mainly social? I guess, where have you guys seen the best reaction and best response?
Yeah, Ryan. I mean, we both know that social is their oxygen. It's the way they talk, and so our team really overexerts their energy on platforms such as TikTok, Snap, and to some extent Instagram. And yes, we are trying things like connected TV, and our kid is streaming shows on their Apple devices, on Roku and other stuff. But there is no doubt that the most important part of our marketing mix is social, and the work that the team does with influencers. And we're dedicating most of our time and energy there.
Love it. And you mentioned, you kind of briefly discussed this before, so you have to go a number of mechanisms for people to actually go buy your product, experience your in-store scenario. And it really is. It's you make it a warm and nostalgic experience for holidays. And there's smells, there's sights, there's everything else. How do you properly message on these channels to come into the store? Well, everyone knowing that the amount of time to spend usually in a store is a little less these days. People can come in and out. So how do you mix that love of the brand and these Disney type amazing kind of top of funnel plays with how do you get in and it feels safe?
Yeah, it's funny. I love this email that we sent to our community yesterday. Think of it as a choose your own adventure graph. And it really is. This holiday season is choose your own adventure. And as I mentioned before, traditional or in and out or digital, and there's all sorts of variables from there. And so, our focus right now is making sure that we're giving people a way to engage with our products in any way possible. I love that we're also kicking off something new with store associates. We're actually going to be doing live video shopping sessions with store associates, which again will give people a sense, a little bit more of the product, a little bit more of the details, a little bit more of the benefits. So I guess what I'm painting this picture of, Ryan, is it's an exciting time to be in retail. It's an exciting time to be innovating. And those that do are going to win, but we just are.
I love it. Well, I'm actually skipping ahead to this. So there's an article I read in Fast Company, very laudable. It says that you guys are the last mall brand standing. In the midst of this pandemic, I mean, the experience of people having foot traffic in location to make you guys a destination that people actually want to leave their house and go to, the amount of pressure it must be on the marketing team to say, like, leave your Uber Eats and leave your Netflix of the world to come in as part of one of the options to do so. I mean, how are you guys doing it better than everyone else?
It's funny because Gen Z is telling us that they're naturally social creatures. So yes, they're on their TikTok and their Snap all day long, but they are social creatures as well. And as we've looked at mall traffic over the course of the last 6, 7, 8 months, our brand has consistently beat mall traffic. So there's no doubt that Gen Z is feeling a bit more comfortable, a bit more confident getting out there than Gen Y and Gen X. But yeah, that Fast Company article, pretty exciting to see a headline like that. And, in my 100 plus days here at the company, I bumped into people that are super passionate about our brand, super passionate about our kid. We pay attention to details. We're not going to make dumb short-term decisions that hurt our long-term prospects. And again, we're in a great place in terms of resources to really innovate and engage with our kids. So I think this is going to be a fantastic holiday season and sets us up for a really exciting 2021.
I love it. I want to switch gears for one moment, because obviously, again, you started right in the summertime. This is right during and slightly after when the protests happened, when the social inequality was rampant, social injustice, and you guys announced an amazing $5 million towards a scholarship fund. There are a number of brand marketers here that I'm sure want to figure out what they can do, obviously, to help both this issue, but also what they should do for next year, how they can continue this process. So what was it that you guys did, and what does that mean to the overall company?
Yeah, Ryan, you and I both know the saying of you got to walk the talk. And in my short time here at American Eagle, I think that we don't do a lot of talking, but we do a lot of walking. And I think this is a great example. And full credit to our CEO, Jay Schottenstein, and the board, because they're taking care of our own community, and that's our own American Eagle associates. And they are committed to $5 million of scholarship funding for associates that have demonstrated excellence in challenging social justice issues and identifying opportunities for all of us to come together. This was announced a few short weeks ago. Yes, we got a lot of nice notices from it, but it's real. And I know that our associate population, which is heavily Gen Z, heavily part of underrepresented communities, and many of them, in fact, from low-income families, are really excited about the opportunity to take advantage of this and be able to get the education that they really deserve and want. So really proud of our efforts here.
I love that. It's not just inequality, it's inequities, and the ability for whether it's through schooling, whether it's through jobs, all of this essentially rises. Rising tides lift all boats. So great job on doing that. And is there a daily focus do you guys have as part of it? I imagine there has to be. I kind of skipped over the work from home piece because I think everyone's been through at this point. Is this part of any of the culture pieces each month, or do you have discussions between there's a lot of brands are doing D&I and basically diversity pieces. Is that part of your guys' culture as well?
Yeah, it is. And just reflecting on listen, American Eagle is the #1 selling brand to teens in the retail space. And if you represent Gen Z, you have to represent New America, right? Mm-hmm. So I hope that the things that we're doing come second nature. Obviously, we're not perfect, and we make no bones about that. But I'm really proud of the progress that we're making. To your point, Brian, we absolutely have these conversations on an ongoing basis internally. But hey, the most important thing is we show up externally. And if there is any generation that has a BS meter, it is Gen Z. They'll call you on it. And again, we're pretty excited that we feel like we're walking the walk.
And I love that obviously Gen Z is the focus here, and you guys have besides branding yourself overall, you've also made additional brands. So Aerie is one of your other brands. I think hopefully people are aware of it that's tuning in, but I'd love for you to kind of tell what is the ethos of Aerie, why does it exist, and what do you see that is differentiated from the overall American Eagle brand?
Yeah, Ryan, I personally think Aerie is not a brand, it's a movement. And full credit to the brand president, Jen Foyle, my marketing counterpart, Stacey McCormick, for developing what is arguably the fastest growing retail concept in America. And Aerie unlocks something really at a perfect time, in a time that Gen Z did not want to be another angel. And yeah, I'm going to say it. Victoria's Secret represented something that Gen Z was not necessarily digging. And in comes Aerie, all around body positivity. They've committed to not retouching their advertising and marketing. That got people very excited. They've had some tremendous role models from all parts of life that have come into that community. And like I said, it's a movement, it's real. And they've done such a great job. And we do have overlap with the American Eagle brand and Aerie, but Aerie really stands for body positivity and being real. And American Eagle is a youth culture brand, very, very rooted in denim. I was just looking at the recent market share data from NPD. Today, we sell 1 in 4 jeans to women between 15 and 25. We're the #1 jeans brand in all of America for all ages. So, we are rooted in denim, which means we're rooted in things like music and America and youth culture. So I love the way that both brands can interplay with each other, but also both brands really get to stand on their own 2 legs and develop their own communities.
I was checking out the TikTok of Aerie before this. Yes, you guys even had Charlie doing Aerie as well. So I've seen Charlie and Addison kind of going back and forth. Is that part of it? Are you guys focused on picking out the 5, 10 biggest voices, on each platform and having them talk about the ethos of the brands?
It's funny, because I've been doing this for a while, I've had to develop a little bit of a healthy skepticism on influencers, because I've always wondered out loud, what are they really driving? And I'm going to tell you this right now, Addison Rae has made me a convert. She moves engagement, she moves product, and our fan base is just in love with her. And I know that Charlie's fan base is pretty passionate as well. So it's important for our social media and influencer team to identify some of those key cultural cut-through personalities. But that you just can't get the top kids. It really has to feel authentic. And so I think that the team does a great job of jumping off from that A+ level right on down to nano influencers, and right on down, honestly, to our store associates. We kicked off a really clever influencer program called My AE. These are store influencers that have locally important social media followings. They've been conducting in-store events that have been quite successful. So to us, it's putting together the high to the low. That's the magic of influencer marketing at American Eagle.
And when you guys are vetting probably pre-campaign launch, but also obviously the success of a campaign, are you looking at, obviously you want to see sales, but what are the indicators for that? Is it views, is it likes, is it comments, is it traffic to your website? I guess what are the things you guys are kind of measuring?
Yes, and yes, right? So listen, I'm sure every CMO that comes on here and talks to you says, hey, we're looking for someone that really represents our brand, but that's fair. And the team does an amazing job of making sure that they do. Again, just thinking about Addison, she represents real America. This is a kid who was plucked from obscurity in Louisiana and now is, arguably one of the most influential celebrities in America. And that's a real story, and that's a real American story. And so when you put those 2 things together, it works out really well for us. Hey, I'm a Gen Xer, I'm going to admit that. And so I have to lean on really, really bright people on my team to take me through why these people are so important to our customer. They've done a great job at identifying the right people. And I can't tell you all the other tricks we have up our sleeves during this holiday season, because my team will kill me. But we do have some really fun things with other influencers in the weeks and months ahead.
Has your team forced you to start your own TikToks or any dances? Is there any peer pressure?
Oh, dude, I got 2 daughters at home. So a high school sophomore and a 6th grader. So they're TikToking their way through my house. I do the best job I can to embarrass myself in front of them on TikTok, but I'll probably need to leave it to the pros to do that. But it's such a fun platform. I even remember my wife and I sitting, in the height of the pandemic in April, and Facebook and other places are just so weighted down these days. And I mean it. I think TikTok has done a really nice job of being this, go-to happy place. And that's why we're so bullish on working with that platform and the kids that are on that platform.
Well, if your daughters are getting some followers, also we're happy to get some deal flow over to them as well. I'm sure they're
there. You go, right?
Well, I guess kind of leading to that, like in terms of, you mentioned kind of the Joy platform is TikTok, and your Gen Z specific. Is there a hierarchy? Do you think of like, is it followed by Instagram? Is it followed by Snap? Is it YouTube, Twitch? Where do you guys go?
we're playing on every piece, and to be fair to the platforms, I don't want to sit here and rank everyone, but I will say that Snap is so important to our kid as well. And again, focus group of one, my high school sophomore, that's the way she communicates with her friends, right? So we're really deep with that Snap team. They've been terrific for us. I've mentioned that virtual pop-up. That's one of the many things that we've been working on with them. I think Instagram is great at showing the aspirational nature of our apparel. We're a little bit of a more premium price point than some of the natural competitors in the space. And so it's real important for us to hero that product on something like Instagram. And Ryan, it's true. We are getting into gaming. And our guy is super passionate about three things: sports, music, and gaming. And arguably gaming is number one. And so we are trying a lot of things right now. A lot of it is new. We're going to learn fast and then scale up quickly. But we know that gaming is where our kid is at. And so we got to be there as well. I love the fact that during this back to school season, we had the world's most comfortable jean to talk to. And what I have learned about our kid is he can sit down and he can game for hours upon hours upon hours. And I think they really appreciated that comfort jean story. And we have some cool product launches coming up with PS5 and some other things. So more to come in that space.
Well, I'm sure a lot of marketers know this, but I personally know. So I'd love to hear from you in terms of Black Friday and then Christmas. Is it kind of like up next after you is going to be Mars, is going to be Anton, Vincent, and Halloween's a major day. Is Black Friday and Christmas like the 80%? I know the concept. How much percentage of revenue, or how important are those 2 days?
Yeah, it really. I mean, Black Friday is, as many people on this WebEx probably know, derived from the term that finally on that Friday retailers went in the black. They started making profit from the rest of the year. So to your point, Ryan, it's important to us, and it's such a strange year. Many companies have been talking about Black Friday deals for weeks now. You are hearing about consumer shopping earlier because they're a little bit nervous about the shipping cutoffs being roughly a week earlier than traditional. But yeah, it really gets going this Friday for us. We're calling it a Friendsgiving sale. We've worked with Disney on a really fun gift with purchase, a little Mickey plush toy or plush doll. And that kicks off on Friday for our loyalty program members. Black Friday, massive. Cyber Monday, dude, off the charts. And so that's going to be a big day as well. And then who knows? I mean, in a traditional year, to your point, Ryan, that Super Saturday is what our industry calls it. The Saturday, that weekend before Christmas, is also mega important. But maybe every day is important at this point, as unfortunately, we're both probably getting news alerts of different COVID hotspots and different local restrictions. So, word to the wise out there: shop now, shop early. The deals are good. Get it while you can, because we don't know what the world looks like in a month or so.
Well, I'd love to double click on the kind of historical. In years past, is it safe to say, and you've been in retail forever, is Black Friday inherently bigger than Cyber Monday? Like just because
it depends on each brand, Ryan. But I would say that Cyber Monday has now eclipsed Black Friday in importance, and certainly will this year, just given the trend towards e-com. We're seeing it at American Eagle. We've been open on our earnings reports that we already over-penetrated in digital commerce sales compared to our competitive set, but we've seen an acceleration of that. Mobile app, very important. Desktop, still important. Mobile, still important. So we expect that Cyber Monday is going to be massive this year.
Sure. And is the messaging in general, I mean, this year obviously as well, but is it about buying things for yourself? Do something, make yourself feel good, or is it more gifting? I guess, is that happy medium? How do you guys figure that out?
Yeah, generally in the industry, right, and true here at American Eagle, November tends to be a little bit more self-gifting, and then a bit of planning ahead. And then you get into some heavy gifting messaging as we hit December, and people that might have procrastinated or are in need of serious gifts. Listen, we're trying to be very, very clear with our customer. There's no doubt we are the jeans, destination for Gen Z. So we've got very loud and proud about by far the number one trend in jeans right now is the mom jean for her. We've dominated that particular style over the course of the last couple of months and look to do so in this key holiday shopping period. But we'll also talk a lot about hoodies. We'll also talk a lot about tees, sweaters comes into play. So yeah, I think we're in that natural period where there's a bit of self-gifting going on, but you're going to start talking about gifting for others pretty quickly.
So we talked a lot about American Eagle, but I love to we didn't do the disservice initially. I was so excited about Disney. I didn't start off by talking about you. You came from Calvin, you came Abercrombie and Fitch, and then you went to CMO of Gap. Why retail? Is that something you knew early on that it was something you wanted to pursue?
Yeah, listen, I mean, you do bump into people in our industry that just love this game. And, every day is different. You get a sales read every hour, Ryan, and you're making calls, on the fly of how to continue to engage with your customer. I've had an unbelievable privilege to lead global marketing for, arguably the key iconic American retail brands. Each is a bit different. Ironically, I think American Eagle is the best positioned with Gen Z in 2020 and beyond. American Eagle was earlier to this message of being real and being yourself, the perfect antidote to the impossible perfection of A&F and Hollister. American Eagle is so focused on Gen Z that no one knows them better. Whereas a place like Gap, it's just so unwieldy and so big and so generational that, we've seen some of the ups and downs of that brand for a while. So I feel incredibly excited to be with this team at this time and having a hell of a lot of fun doing it.
Well, obviously the here and now is really important, but I always think of it like the macro. You're in the board meetings, you're with the C-suite, you're looking at, great, so what's our next 10 years look like? Is there plans, or is there just general discussion around how do we age up with brands as people kind of grow out of this, or no longer Gen Z? They're still going to love jeans. They're still going to want to be your product. Is there plans, or at least discussions about how you can basically follow them on their journey through life?
Yeah, I think there's a couple conversations, and again, we've been public about it on earnings calls and other things. First of all, what is the right mix between the physical store fleet and our digital commerce? We have 900 stores still. We're the second largest vertical retailer in America next to Old Navy. Physical is still important. Again, I mentioned earlier, Gen Z is still a social creature. So that's something that we look at. Jeans is what we're known for, and that category killer mindset has made American Eagle such an important part of the American mall landscape. But we know we have other opportunities in other categories, and we'll go after that. And to your point, Ryan, Gen Z is naturally our core. But if I got $1 for every woman who was, let's call it 25 plus, that came up to me and, hey, Craig, my little secret is that I still wear American Eagle jeans because they're so damn good and fit so well. I'd be a rich man. So I think there is an opportunity to retain these so-called, Gen Y men and women a bit longer, not lose the core of who we are, never want to do that. But I think that is an opportunity as well. And I think the final thing, Ryan, is, we're clearly penetrated here in North America. We definitely have upside international. And we just think that, our iconic casual American lifestyle rooted in denim translates very well overseas. We have a very identifiable logo. And so we think there is opportunity in Europe, the Middle East, Asia Pacific, South America, et cetera. So I think a lot of focus on international going forward as well.
Does the marketing change? Jeans are so tied to Americana. I literally think of like the Russians, like the blue jeans, like a currency back in the day. So do you actually continue using the Addisons, this is the world, and that really resonates there, or they have to switch it to their individualized cultures?
Yeah, in my experience, leading global marketing for these other iconic brands is international customers still want that American iconic brand, right? So I'll throw out a number. 80% of what we would do would be globally consistent, and that seems to make sense and translate. But Ryan, to your point, we probably should have some locally relevant influencers and talent. maybe 20% of our content should come locally. Just as an example, the team in Mexico is doing some terrific work with A-plus influencers down in Mexico. The engagement is very high, really driving awareness and consideration for our brands. So I think there's going to be a really nice, healthy mix between these iconic, probably mostly, but not necessarily always, American influencers, and pairing them with these local programs.
And one of the last questions I've been, how much time we have left. I'm always fascinated by the D2C e-com boom, and how really, if you're an entrepreneur, it's the best time ever to have low-cost startups that can obviously gain exponentially. Are you guys watching the others? Are you guys looking at it to obviously, one, is competition, but also just to see what they're doing and stay ahead of the game? I guess, what do you think of the other non-endemic like mall brands that are just out there using Instagram, using the D2C as a model?
Yeah, I think what we try to do is be inspired by innovation and making sure that we always have this entrepreneurial spirit inside. But listen, we're a different ballgame, right? We're a $5.5 billion corporation and growing. We want to use our scale and our size. And so when you think about performance marketing, when you think about talent, when you think about just the buying power of that, I think that puts us in a pretty good place. And again, just going back to Gen Z keeps you light on your feet. If you're not innovating every day, you will be dead tomorrow. Inspired out there, but hey, you got to watch yourself first, and I think that's what we're doing.
And no need to obviously provide any trade secrets here, but is there any sort of strategy where, on an M&A side, where if someone really does create a great brand D2C wise, is there something where you guys are watching for any sort of upside purposes, or is that kind of off the table for now?
Listen, I think that our CEO and the board are always evaluating opportunities. So who knows? I think, to your point early in our conversation, we have a great track record recently of launching new brands. Aerie has a new athletic line offshoot called Offline. It's off to a great start. We opened a really clever store called Unsubscribed in the Hamptons this summer. That also had a great response. So we have so many brands and so much work and so much opportunity to focus on ourselves that's what we're doing right now.
Love it. And then I'd be remiss to ask, for 2021, 2020 is the year that we remember was one of the worst years in history, but also maybe one of the less enlightening years about our culture. What are you looking forward to next year? You have two young girls. You have, hopefully things are optimistic heading into the next few years ahead of us. What do you miss the most? What are you hoping to do in 2021 that you haven't been able to do this year?
Dude, can I just go on a vacation? I mean, let's just start there, right? So, no, I do. I miss, getting out into the world. Our family loves to get out and travel. I love to travel with my colleagues at work and be inspired by different things. So, it'd be fun just to get out in the world again. And then I think, at American Eagle, I'm inspired by the team that I work with, and we have some really, really great work in the hopper that I'm so excited to get out into the world. And, I guess, Gen Z inspires us. And I just hope that, Gen Z will be inspired by the work that we launch in the coming weeks and months ahead.
Well said. Thanks for making time during this heading into Black Friday. Chris, did you join as well?
I'm back.
We got the playoff music, so perfect.
Yes, exactly. I am the playoff music. Thanks so much,
nice
Greg.
hanging with you, okay?
Great to see you, man.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Ryan.
So that was another great session. We are going to keep the momentum going. Ryan is going to stay on stage. We are thrilled to be joined by Anton Vincent, the president of Mars Wrigley North America. Ryan is going to stay on right now, and we're going to welcome Anton to the stage. Welcome, Anton. Or not.
Anton, can you hear me?
I haven't seen him pop up yet.
No worries. I'll tell him everybody that joke I know.
Tell him the joke you know.
Well, I'm very excited. So a little preamble on Anton as heading into it. Obviously, a CPG master. Has been around for, I think it was 15 years. He's at General Mills. And then he's been in, I think, Mars 3+ years. So the deep knowledge of every part of the CPG spectrum. And then Chris and I, growing up as brothers, I think we consume more Twix than probably allowed, by FDA. And then proceeded to, I think maybe steal all the Halloween candy from each other year after year. So, sponsored by Mars.
We still at the airport always get peanut M&Ms.
We're loyalists. They get me young. So.
That was a great session with Craig. Exciting stuff going on, obviously, in the influencer world with them. Hopefully, we will be seeing more of them in the near future.
I mean, the TikTok explosion continues. We've beyond Addison's and Charlie's of the world, there are hundreds or thousands of influencers that we're seeing activated, whether from us or from our other brands we work with. And it is the renaissance. It is, how do you create content seamlessly with little to no editing abilities, but you can turn it on in a heartbeat, and creativity wins on that platform. So, and it's a big investment from us.
Yeah, it's interesting to see too, because we've been at this for a while now, and everybody for years asked us, what's the next platform? What's the next platform? And I remember like 3-4 years ago, we were like, I don't know if there's really going to be anything in the near future. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, TikTok came along, and this whole sort of video concept is like turn the whole industry on its ear. And I mean, really, now we're planning on that as a primary thing. And you can even see Zuckerberg had to jump and do Reels, and it just shows how the industry can be changed and how quickly it can be changed.
The future of social is short form video. TikTok, Instagram Reels, Triller, platforms you've heard of called Likey have 80 million people on their apps, and it really is. It's the most attention grabbing content. It's actually validated through people like Moat and IAS. Attention metrics are infinitely higher on those platforms, and over 54% of all content being shared is short form video right now. It is TikTok's a winner, but the biggest winner is short form video, and whoever is able to build that out and continue to allow for creators to make more content, those will be the winners. And I think Facebook will always be around, but I think there's always going to be other up and comers that what is the new type of product that people need to engage with.
Yeah, and I guess if the technology catches up, especially with the short form video platforms, then really the potential is limitless, especially in terms of what we can do.
Yeah, I think that if I had to make my prognostication of the next big platform, or I don't know if it's so much a branding platform, but the ad unit, I think it'll be the equivalent of short form video, but live. There'll be the ability to have the filters and the editing abilities in real time. I think as soon as end of next year, people will have to have a live strategy heading into 2022, because people are at home. They've got people have I've got a ring light to show less blemishes.
I was going to say, I'm jealous. I'm looking dark over here.
to step up everyone's game. They have amazing cameras, obviously the cameras on our phones. All of this has basically been part of the renaissance of can you make better content through better products and better better materials. We have to. Everyone has to. It's happening so organically that the next iteration is going to have to be live-based content.
Yeah, it's interesting to see too. I mean, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, these TikTok houses have popped up, and now we're getting all of these requests to actually create content within these houses. And obviously, you and I know we harken back to 2014, where we were kind of the pioneers of this early form, but now it's really like a dominant thing, and I think you're going to see more and more of that.
For those listening, the early days of Influential was us throwing Coachella and Electric Daisy Carnival parties, which with many of the biggest stars that are now on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, they were couch surfing, back when they had no money. Now they're all multimillionaires. And yeah, we I guess we did it wrong. We went the route of like an experiential moment over the course of a weekend. We didn't decide to put up people in a mansion for the whole year. That's maybe that was our fault.
We were too ephemeral.
Yeah, too much of the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we had stayed in that business, we probably would have gotten sued. So just as well.
Listen, for those that are not aware, we are a technology and data and measurement company now. We made the proper moves away from an event and video views and impression company. So I think it worked out well.
Yeah, I agree. Just got a little bit of a note from the production team. He is still in process of trying to get on. He's having a little bit of technical difficulties, so we can continue to banter on.
Let us filibuster.
Yes. Oh man. Let me see.
Well, in the meantime, just while I have everybody here, you're probably wondering why I called you here today. In all of these discussions we're having, obviously I'm having it with Craig and then with Anton and throughout the rest of the day, we have a number of great people. I have Monique and a few other people that are going to provide their POV. It is this change that TV and digital have essentially switched. And digital, I put digital, social, and TV, but TV and radio. They were a $100 billion business in TV radio. For the first time in history last year, it inverted. That now digital and social is bigger. And influencer marketing went from 8 billion, it'll be 10 billion next year. We're seeing exponential growth even at these numbers. That is the question of every CMO, president, or anyone else in marketing, anyone listening here, is how do I leverage where the eyes are going? It's all about attention. And what was, NBC's, ABC's of the world, which are still massive and have these huge footprints, they need to expand accordingly. Oh, that was fun competition. Oh, it's a niche. Sorry, someone jumped over the chat. But ultimately, if in fact you understand where your consumers are, you can target them accordingly. And now there's a whole other discussion. I'm not sure if we'll have it with Anton, but maybe if we have time, on CCPA and GDPR about where do you hit people in terms of their content, but actually convert them through data and insights. That is the question: is what does the next 10 years look like? Are they going to start calling us out by names in ads? Is it going to be very personalized? Is it going to be more general, and people are going to want more privacy back? That's the big conversation today.
Mm-hmm. It seems like it's all going to be very opt-in. If you want that, it's there for you. If not, you can probably keep it as private as you'd like.
Yeah, the universe will shrink in terms of those that have opted in, but those who have opted in are saying what I say. I'm Chris and I are one generation apart. I'm millennial. He's Gen X, I think you're assumed.
I'm a Zennial, I think they call it.
Yeah,
I'm somewhere between.
Yeah. Well, so I think you probably we're pretty similar in that. But I want to be served ads that are relevant to me. I don't mind buying things from Instagram if they are relevant.
Yeah.
Some think it's creepy. I think it's helpful. But I get it. There's a fine line to keep. If you go further down the path of that information getting leaked or provided to other people, that's the issue.
Yeah, that makes sense. Looks like we have Isabel popping up, which could actually be Anton. We had a technical issue earlier that required a phone in as opposed to a video, which obviously at this point we just want to talk to Anton, so we'd be happy to take that. There is a mute on it. Isabel or Anton, if you're there, can you unmute so we could hear you? Guess this will be a Dieter Brothers session. Oh, there we go. Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Hey, Anton. Great to have you on.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad to be on. We had a few technical challenges, but I'm glad we made it.
Not a problem. Well, we're glad to have you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my brother, Ryan, so that you guys can catch up on time, but looking forward to the conversation.
Great. Hey, Anton. Thanks for making time. Appreciate your. I'm sure things are nuts right now heading into the holidays.
Yeah, they're always nuts, but so that's a part for the course.
Do you happen to have the ability to turn on the video? I don't know if it's only call in, it's fine. But I was curious if you have the video as well.
No, we've been trying to do that for the last 5 minutes, and we ran out of options. So.
Oh, no problem. Well, listen, I'll just hearing what you have to say is more important. So, thanks so much for making time. And I love. Obviously, we lost a little bit of time, so I want to jump right into it. One of the first things I would ask you is probably the first question I ask most anyone in the C-suite is when March 13th, I think it was 12th or 13th happened, and the news. I think when Tom Hanks got sick was kind of like when the world realized this is real, this is happening at mass effect. What was the first few months? I assume you guys are essential business. How were you able to overcome what is probably the craziest year of our lives?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question, Warren. And as an essential business, your audience needs to know that we never changed. The majority of our associates actually don't work in offices; they work in manufacturing facilities. And so, the very first thing we did was to make sure that we had the best and the latest and the brightest safety procedures in terms of PPE and social distancing, in terms of technology and sites. And made sure that first and foremost we had a very safe working environment, and that we were in touch with obviously all of the regulators and all of the public health officials, and ensuring that we were making sure our associates had not only a safe environment but also the latest information, which was very, very important for us. And so I thought we did a pretty good job of that.
Well, and as someone that loves your products, you guys continue to have them stocked in store, so I thank you for that. I'm curious, I think of it as a massive shift. You're 7,000 plus employees. You're basically being able to make decisions. How are you best communicating with your internal teams or external partners? Is it just everyone goes daily on these WebEx and Zoom calls? Are you guys communicating through larger town halls? Is it more of a top-down scenario? How are you been able to really affect change and steer the ship? At the top here.
Yeah, really good question. I think the short answer is all of those and then some. I think for us, because we have a very large associate base and a very diverse associate base, we have folks in sites, we have folks going out in stores, we have people in offices, and we have people at universities. We have a pretty diverse group. And so the very first thing we did was to make sure that we have a very stringent sort of crisis management procedure, which I would say in this case, we tested the limits of that procedure sort of at scale. So you can imagine having a mass of associates that have a certain ways of working, and then literally abruptly within a 24 or 48-hour time period, we had to change that. So the very first thing we did was to make sure that we had technical capacity to take thousands of people from one work environment to essentially an at-home work environment and an individual perspective. I think the second thing was just making sure that we had a line of sight in terms of creating policies so that our associates have a line of sight around what they could, what they couldn't do. We have a very high travel culture, so that sort of stopped immediately, which could cause some disruption. And so making sure that we were facilitating safety first, but also making sure we maintained a continuity of operation.
You mentioned high travel culture. I believe you're in New York, and I think Mars is based in Virginia. And were you commonly in and out of Virginia previous to this?
Yeah, so our the Mars Inc. corporate headquarters, it is right there in Virginia, and then we have a bit of a decentralized structure across our big three segments. And so the North American headquarters for Mars Wrigley is located in Newark, and then our global headquarters is located in Chicago. And then a lot of sales offices and sort of typical complement of office assets around the world. And so I think we had to reconstruct what connectivity looked like. We had to create some sort of rules of working and how we actually got our work done. And back to the point I think you made earlier, is just making sure that the other side of our industry, which is the retail and our customers, and making sure we were understanding what their protocols were. So we continue to do business and continue to get our products to the marketplace in the right quantities and at the time that they could actually sort of execute their business model as well. So it was quite a 360 effort.
You were able to do all of that. Obviously, it's a mouthful and a massive undertaking, while also donating $20 million of COVID relief. We have a lot of brand marketers here. Many people were part of companies that made some sort of donation or trying to figure out how best to do that in 2021. Tell us about why 20 million. Where's that going towards, and what's the use of it this year and into future years?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. I'm really proud to talk about that as well, because I think any large company, and particularly any large branded company, there was a lot of announcements. Everybody was announcing A, B, or C in different dollar amounts. And I think the thing that I think that's unique about Mars is that we've always been a purpose-led company, and so our principles were really at the top of our mind in terms of determining how are we going to participate in helping society and helping our consumers, and in large part helping the communities in which our assets are a part of as well. And so, we did a couple things. Just an example. So our foundation pledged about $3 million in grants, to sort of nonprofit organizations. And that $3 million was primarily directed at our communities. We have 14 communities that have very large manufacturing bases in it, and wanted to make sure that we directed that sort of first and foremost as well. And then, you know, we add additional sort of in-kind pieces around a few areas that we wanted to make sure that we had a lot of focus on as well. And so we wanted to be specific, we wanted to be consistent with our values and our principles. And we wanted to actually invest dollars where it could help immediately as well.
Well, and I love it, and I noticed the press release was all about very, very international as well. So you guys are doing United Nations food programs. So is that correct? In terms of, you focus a lot on North America, is Mars Wrigley, is the footprint in your guys' mind bigger internationally? Is it bigger nationally? Just for context, how big is the business international versus national?
Yeah, we're a global company, and you know, we don't talk about numbers, but you know, we do business in roughly 150 countries, and you know, we have big bases obviously in North America and Europe and in Asia, and then you know, the typical emerging market sort of set of countries as well. And so, you know, a very wide base of business across sort of three primary business lines in terms of confections, in terms of pet, in terms of vet health and services as well. And so that gives us a very large physical footprint, but it also gives us a very large associate footprint as well. And so we both have assets and people, you know, really spread throughout the corners of the world.
Well, I love this. That's great. That's a testament to the iconic nature of you guys' brand and all the sub brands below Mars. I was talking to Craig Bromers before this, and I think it's a very kind of apropos. It's very proxied. Is that for them? It's all about Black Friday, Cyber Monday for retail, adding in the next couple of weeks. Yeah. You guys had your kind of moment. Your Halloween, I assume, was, if not the biggest, it's one of the top three, of course. How are you able to, during a pandemic, when people are less likely to go around and obviously, you know, bring more stay at home and eat the candy? How are you able to navigate that? And I think one of the things I saw was you guys even launched a Treat Town app, which is really innovative. Yeah. I'd love to kind of hear how you've been able to navigate this.
Well, that's a really good question. And you can imagine, you know, when everything started to hit, you know, while it hit here in the United States, you know, I'd say for the most part in February, you know, we have business all around the world. And so we actually had a fair bit of a playbook in terms of how to handle it for our associates, but also, and probably more important, in terms of how do we stay in business. And you're right, Halloween is our single biggest time of the year. We push a lot of sales through there. It's a very ritual-driven type of event, which we know people look forward to, and particularly in the context of COVID, where you've had people literally inside of houses for the last 6 or 7 months at that time. It was very important that we let people know that Halloween was still on, and we typically start to plan for Halloween like 2 years out. And so we started replanning as soon as we felt like we were not going to be in our physical offices for a while. And as a part of thinking, particularly as marketers, is, look, we need to make sure people know that the ritual is still alive and well, but we need to give them options, right? If people have concerns about safety, we need to make sure that if they decide to do it in a physical sense, that we connect with a reliable source to help them to understand how to do that. And that was the National Safety Council for us. So we did a lot of tips and tricks around that. And then we said, look, there are a lot of ways you can engage, you know, in an activity and push transactions. And that's where our digital teams and our marketing teams came up with this idea around Treat Town, which, as you know, is an app that enables people to partake in the ritual of Halloween from a trick-or-treating perspective in a digital manner. Sure. It is a very highly involved app. It's a very customizable app. You know, you can shop on the app, you can share on the app, you can create on the app. And I think one of the things that made me proud, and I think our team and our brands proud as well, is that if people wanted to actually have a sort of a give back moment, if you would, they could actually redeem points on the app for cash, and then we would actually donate that to the Boys and Girls Club of America as well. And so we feel like it was very much of a 360 effort to allow people to still get into Halloween in a more robust way than they've been able to in the past.
Well, speaking of proud, and obviously it's the Boys and Girls Club, and this has been, again, a wild year. I think it's been obviously very negative in terms of things that have happened to our country, but at the same time, I think it's also exposed ways that we can get better as a society. And one of the things that you guys took a really big stance on, I love this, is social injustice. You made an amazing statement. I think is really echoed, you know, around the halls of CPG and overall all the executives. I'd love to read it real quick, and then kind of have you tell us about, you know, why you made this statement and, you know, any effect you think it's had. And I think for those that are listening or watching here, it's the statement was, I mean, it's poignant. It's leaders must step up to ensure environments of fairness. If we are serious about creating an inclusive economy, there's absolutely no room for racism and inequality. I take this responsibility personally. Tell us about what led you to make that statement and what it's done for the company.
Yeah. Hey, look. Well, thank you for bringing that up. Look. All of my social posting is me, and so we have a great team. But I just really felt the need to just make an individual statement. To be honest with you, as a leader of a significant organization and an organization that leads, a cadre of some iconic brands, I think it was important. And I've said this before, in public forums, is I think any leader that's worth their weight in gold wants to be able to have their employees self-actualize. And I would say that anything that gets in the way of our employees self-actualizing is something I think we have to stand against. And I think, in the environment that we were in and we continue to be in, so the idea around equity, the idea around equality, and the idea around discriminating against folks for being themselves, let's just sort of say that, I think we have to take a responsibility for that. And for me, I felt it was important as a leader, as an African-American leader, I think it was important for me to come out and make a point, state that point as an individual, and that point is very much consistent with what Mars is about from a principles perspective, and let people know that we take it personally, and sending a message to all leaders that we're the ones that have to set the environment right. And set a meritorious environment and a development-oriented environment and a creative and inspirational environment as well. And it's just important that those environments exist without restraint. And that was important for me to make.
Facebook boycott, and inequality is extremely important, but also so is inequities. And one of the things that was what we were talking about, we had did a number of campaigns with some great Fortune 1000 brands, was in this time when there was a boycott, don't punish those that are great content creators. Some of the best entrepreneurs are these Black voices. There's these POCs, people of color, and doing integrations with like Color of Change and a number of great charities. How do you find ways to keep putting dollars into the hands of people that are creating great content, that are actually being, if you're helping out, trying to make a stand for something, don't forget those that are the ones that are suffering. So I love what you've said, and I'd be curious. Is there been discussion has it become more widely discussed post this announcement? Have you seen any initial changes or any sort of at least conversations to benefit each division?
Yeah, I think I would say in a couple of ways. One, especially if you're representing a company and representing brands, I think we have to be careful in making sure that that we look at our own house. Sure. It's easy for me to come out and say how Anton feels, but also I represent what I think is an outstanding company with an outstanding set of values and principles. And the first thing we need to do is, are we doing the best that we can inside of our own environment, and are we meeting our own ambition? We use the word ambition a lot at Mars because we want to be long-term oriented and we want to make sure that we're doing big and bold things for all the right reasons. And so, we have looked at our own diversity and equity practices. We put investments in ensuring that we're trying to build a pipeline for the future, a very diverse pipeline in the future, and ensuring that from leaders on down, that there's a level of clarity on our strategy, a level of clarity on our targets and our expectation. And that as we go down that path, equity and inclusion is a fundamental part of sort of who we are, and very consistent with principles that we all try to live within in Mars as well. And so I think it's been a great opportunity for a lot of companies, to sort of test their value system, to test their principles, and test, are they doing what they profess to do? And I think we have done that at Mars. And I found that while we are doing some good things, I think we have opportunities, and I think we're closing on those opportunities.
And I'd love to take a double click on the personal side. I looked at your background, and you spent, I believe, 15 years at General Mills. And I'm curious. So, pursuant to this, obviously you've risen through the ranks of all these different companies. But what about CPG do you love? And how has that shaped your current status today as that you run Mars?
Yeah, the things I love about CPG are the things I loved, when I first got into the business many moons ago when I came out of grad school. And it is just, it is an industry that I think that you can really exercise, the highest part of your creativity, but also the accountability of sort of the P&L and the financial sides of it. And I really like that. And I think that when you're dealing with brands, you know, as everybody knows, I think in your audience is that, you know, brands are just they're a value system. And you can make that value system represent, you know, almost whatever you want to, and to be able to sustain it, to let it have value, to let it drive culture, and to let it hopefully do, you know, great things in a sustainable way over time. I think it's just it is a unique opportunity. There's nothing else like this industry. There are no other industry that can replicate what we do, how we do it. I think there's no other industry that can have the influence on broader society over time, over generations, like CPG.
And I'll give you props, obviously, for all the work you've done across your entire career, but specifically, I love, you talk about culture, cultural zeitgeist. The Snickers 10-year anniversary for You're Not You When You're Hungry campaign. I will always remember the Joe Pesci and the Rickles elements of it. How have you been able to, you know, this is obviously a CMO question as well, but how have you guys been able to use humor and, you know, finding ways to really make an indelible mark that your brands are in the zeitgeist? Because everyone thinks about Snickers and that kind of change scenario of you're not you when you're hungry. It's been 10 years. What is the role in all of this from humor?
Yeah, well, you know, like most brands and most campaigns, you know, they are founded on sort of a fundamental truth, right, an undeniable truth. And you know, about a decade ago, we had started focusing on this universal cultural phenomenon that people experience, like personality changes when they're hungry, right? You know, people know that. And so, you know, what we tried to do was look, we know that's the universal truth, but how do we sort of connect that humor and make sure that Snickers can sort of give you an understanding of that need state? And then sort of how do we inspire that with sort of, you know, funny and relatable moments? And that's just a universal strategy. I think our creative teams have been absolutely brilliant over time in being able to do it in very different ways. You know, it goes from Pesci to Betty White to, you know, we've had quite a few celebrities sort of helping us over time as well. And so it's one of those things, you really got to know the DNA of your brand. That DNA of your brand has to hang on a universal truth, and you have to be creative and inspirational with your partner to be able to bring it to life in very, very creative ways, but ways that actually connect so that your consumers know that you get them, and you can entertain and still get your brand benefits out at the same time.
Well, I mean, personally, when you get, the term is called hangry, when you get hangry, what's your go-to? Is it Snickers, Twix, M&M? What do you go to?
Well, you know, I'm old school, so I like Snickers, man. I grew up with Snickers, and you know, the great thing about Snickers, that, you know, there's a lot of technology in that, but you know, it has a unique taste. There's some trade crafts in terms of how we make Snickers and how we source the peanuts and how we treat them that make them quite unique. And so it's incredibly hard to replicate, and we've been able to perfect that over many decades. And so it does deliver on a particular need as we sort of absorb it and enjoy it over time. And I just think, again, back to the whole humor elements, you know, it's a brand that gets you. It's a brand that understands you, but it's a brand that understands you, you know, at least in the last 10 years in very, very humorous ways. I
will say that as a kid, it was kind of like, to me, it was like the protein bar. It filled you up before the next big meal. So now I'm a big fan, and my brother and I, before you came on, we're going to get you on there. We actually, it is ritualistic, and we used to fly every single week around the country to different meetings in different places, and we would every single flight have peanut M&Ms ritualistically and just share them literally side by side. So you guys have been a part of everyone's life, including ours. So thank you so much for creating great products.
Oh man, that's music to my ears, man. Can I make a commercial off of this?
yeah, right. Yeah, please use it. Go for it. Oh, testimonial. Let's do it. Well, so going back to the Snickers piece, so I think it dovetails into what's coming up in the next few months. Super Bowl. I believe a lot of those commercials were aired during Super Bowls. I think from what we read, you guys are potentially going to be back again this year. Is there any sort of inside scoops? Is there any sort of rumblings of what you guys might be doing, or which brands might be a part of Super Bowl coming up?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question, and I think the brand teams would kill me if I if I spilled the beans. But let me just say this, you know, probably the past 15 years or so, we really tried to bring our sort of our big beloved brands like a M&M's, like a Snickers to, you know, what is truly probably the biggest entertainment platform in the world, which is the Super Bowl. And so, you know, I can't reveal it, but I can say that year after year we sort of experienced it, and I expect us to be in the big game this year. And you know, I've seen some early work, and I'm encouraged. So I'd ask you guys to hold on for that one.
Amazing. And are you personally a football fan? You have a team?
I am a fan. You know, most folks know that, you know, I've worked at another company for a long time right there in Minnesota. And so, you know, the Vikings are still near and dear to my heart. So I'm hoping they get their act together and have a great second half of the season. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, here in LA, we now have multiple teams, you know, three teams, or now I guess one went to Vegas, but we have another one that came over from San Diego. So yeah, we've got a few that are in the mix, but yeah, I think it's going to come down. I think Mahomes is doing his thing. So we'll see what happens at the end of the year.
Yeah, we'll see, man. He's hard to beat. I was there last year, and he's incredible, man. He's just an incredible athlete, incredible guy.
That's amazing. Well, I mean, so you guys are always innovative, you know, creating new products. I think one of the things we saw was the M&M Fudge Brownie. And I mean, you can talk about, I guess, how M&M and really all your brands, you guys are launching new flavors. You guys are all about innovation. You know, it's such a, because obviously there's nostalgia. I have nostalgia for your products already. What is it about the innovation of new products and new flavors that is kind of core to what you guys do?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think all marketers, especially food marketers, sort of face this. And I can tell you just in the confectionery space, we have very variety-seeking consumers. We have very discriminating consumers. And so while they like the things that they grew up on and sort of the core flavors, and we understand what role they play in there, you know, they have an insatiable appetite for what's new. Not only what's new, but what's new and what's different. And so one of the things that we have to do is to make sure that we have obviously very precise insights around what that looks like. You know, are there any kind of unmet needs out there that we can go and attack, and making sure that we are understanding how people are sort of moving through their need states, so we can sort of beat them there, right? We don't want to be behind our consumers. And so I think we were very forward-looking in terms of getting an understanding around how consumers are feeling. In particular, when we're going through sort of intense times, you know, in this case, it's a pandemic, and that's going to push certain consumption patterns a certain way. We've seen that. They're going to source them certain ways, and they're going to be things that are much more important over the last 7 months that they would not have been, you know, even thought about the 7 months prior to that. So I think as marketers, we have to stay on top of that as well. And we happen to have iconic brands, you know, brands that everybody knows, that generations have grown up on. And so the burden to innovate, the burden to stay ahead, and the burden to stay relevant is very, very, very high. And for us, we want to stay relevant in context of that brand, because that brand is, you know, over decades has built up an expectation of delivery and over delivery when it comes to innovation.
Well, and it's kind of, so actually I saw it happen yesterday, the day before. You guys acquired Kind Bars. Congratulations, that's a major brand. Is that something where you guys are now? I'm always curious as from whether it's you know, from the president or, you know, from the CMOs, whatever it is. Does the consumer care if it's a Mars brand, or they only care about the product? Are you guys looking to basically make sure everyone knows it's part of the Mars family, or is it more just about getting the product in the hands of people and using your existing kind of delivery mechanisms through retailers and through websites?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this. You know, we've had an equity investment in Kind since 2017, and we made that equity. Yeah, and we made that equity investment. You know, we knew that there was a potential that we would go and get the rest of it. But, you know, there was a couple of things. One, we're very impressed with Daniel and his team and what they had built. And the thing I always let people know that Kind's been around for a while. You know, it's not the new person on the block, but we felt like the brand was so well positioned, and that the brand was so much more than just the bars. They have outstanding products from a bar perspective. And we felt like it was an idea, a concept, and most importantly, a platform. And I think when you start having platforms and you see potential down the road to sort of drive value over time, and Daniel and his team has done an outstanding job of that. And part of our agreement was that, you know, Daniel and his team would sort of run the core business. We would help him expand internationally, and then also do some stuff, you know, in North America as well. And so, you know, I would say for us, as we start to think about not just confection, but going from just treating to treating and snacking, Kind is going to play a real role in terms of what that snacking strategy looks like for us. And it was important for us to sort of get it under the tent to sort of get on down the road with our strategy. And so we are ecstatic that we made the investment in 2017. We are ecstatic that we sort of finished this part of it in 2020. And I would say we're even more excited around what the future of the Kind idea could be globally for Mars.
I love it, and whether you bring out new brands or obviously launching new flavors, new products, I'd love to know at the top, when you guys are having these discussions, how important is social? Is social media the number one channel you guys are looking at going forward, or is it still TV? Is it still digital? Is it radio? Is it obviously events? Used to be important, less so the last few months. But I guess where do you guys kind of see the future of these types of products? How do you get out the new flavors, the new products to the world? Is it through social? Is it through influencers, or is it through more traditional like the campaigns you see on TV, like Snickers?
Yeah, no, so it's a really good question. And so I always say, it is portfolio specific and it's time specific. So there's no doubt that we've been diversifying our marketing mix for the last 10 or 15 years in very significant ways. If you sort of look at it in 5-year chunks, we get more and more digital every time, and maybe substantially so. And I think for us, from a portfolio perspective, we have both sort of big, like super scale businesses from a global and from a North American perspective. And then we have emerging businesses. Let's take Kind, for instance. Kind has a great opportunity to continue to build its brand, but it has to build it in a very unique way in terms of how Daniel actually built the company. And so I think we have to, in terms of how the audiences were built, how audiences will be built moving forward, and then how do we use, I would say, the full spectrum of the marketing mix that's available to us to make sure that we are doing it in context and authentically with the brand in terms of the way it was built. And for us, we have tens of brands under our tent. And so I think we have a lot of opportunity to go do the scale play, through large digital, large search, large television, so traditional television. But also I think the magic is always in terms of how you mix those elements and how you make sure that you're going after those elements that's in context of where your consumer is going to consume that message. So that's just absolutely critical. And so I think we are getting better at that. And I think bringing brands into the fold like Kind, knowing that they built their brand in a very different way, I think helps make us smarter. And I think we help make them smarter in terms of bringing able some of the scale opportunities to help build that brand over time.
I love that. It really is obviously audience first, consumer first. Wherever they are, you have to find them and hit them with messaging that is relevant of the moment, that is to them and their families. We talk about the idea of sequential messaging. So serving them on TV, then hitting them on digital, then hitting them on social, and really just telling a story wherever they are and driving them to kind of online or in store. And I think you guys have done a great job. I've watched you guys, certainly diversify your budgets over the years. We've worked with a number of you guys over the last few years.
Yeah, and certainly in our space, the whole idea around paid, owned, and earned is, has obviously become a much more robust conversation. And when I first started the business, it just wasn't that difficult in terms of where you're going to spend the money, right?
Sure.
But now it's, people consume messages in different ways, and many consumers, quite a bit of consumers don't want to be marketed to. You need to be contextual in terms of how you're getting your messages and how you're getting your propositions out. And consumers want to discover brands. They even want to discover big brands. And so they want the leeway to choose to hear you as a marketer and not being bombarded. And I think that's the nice edge I think we're on as marketers in terms of how do we get our message out, but how do we get it out in a way where our targeted consumers can hear us and get the fullness of the message and offering that we're trying to get out.
I love that. And I think it's maybe our last question because of some time constraints here, but I think it's an important one for all the marketers listening. You oversee the entire company, and I'm sure you guys have these larger discussions about in-store and online. I mean, the ritual you mentioned before of Halloween, it's also a ritual of the register. Yeah. Whenever I'm at the grocery store, I'm picking things up at that place. Do you see that starting to shift? Do you see more of an online, people sending more kind of like subscription-based candy? I guess, how do you see the future of online, almost D2C type, as opposed to through retailers? Is that part of the conversation?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I can't tell you how much time we spend talking about that internally. I'm sure we're not the only one. And so for certain parts of our business, when you're what we call queuing, meaning you're waiting waiting to get your stuff paid for. When you look around, you see a lot of Mars stuff, right? You see a lot of chocolate, you see a lot of gum, and that's important. And so I would say that's one thing. We call that impulse. And so, what does the impulse of tomorrow look like? And so if all of a sudden we were in a all self-checkout world, How do you execute impulse in an all self-checkout world? That's interesting. COVID has taught us a lot of lessons in terms of how people source our goods. And so if they have not felt comfortable going into brick and mortar stores, either at all or at the same rates they had been going in pre-COVID, then how do they source their goods? And so everybody's online business has been exploding. How do you sort of continue to build your brand in those spaces? And as we get back to normality, how are people going to start to mix their purchases? And that's going to impact, we talked about marketing mix a few minutes ago. So I think this year for marketers has just been a tremendous year of learning, a tremendous year of sort of testing our tried and true models, and a year that if you don't know you're a consumer and what impacts your consumer, that they showed you everything in these last 7 or 8 months in terms of how they respond. And on the back of this, there will be new rituals, there will be new patterns, there will be new expectations of brands in terms of how to connect with consumers. And I would say, as practitioners, we need to be attuned to that and be ready to tweak our business models to be more future facing. And so I think it's been an incredible year for marketers, an incredible one. And I think consumers will continue to do what they do, and we have to continue to do what we do. And we have to meet them where they need us most. And that's the magic of marketing, selling the cheap CPG world.
Sage insights. Anton, thank you so much for making time, and apologize for the technical difficulties. Again, I think everyone here was smarter for hearing what you had to say about you guys' 2020 year so far. And thanks again. Hopefully speak again soon.
Thank you, man. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, guys. That was a great session. I know we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but I think we recovered nicely and came through with a great session. So thanks, Ryan. So on to the next session. Before we kick off this panel, quick message to our audience. Be sure to use the hashtag BILivecast for your posts about today's programming. For our next panel, I want to welcome the amazing Monique Nelson, the CEO of UWG, the longest standing multicultural agency in the US since 1969. I would also like to welcome my longtime friend and colleague, Kathy Sharp Ross, the CEO and president of the marketing agency, the Sharp Alliance. This session will be moderated by Tiffany Pettit, Director of Strategic Partnerships at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Monique, Kathy, and Tiffany.
Thanks, Chris. Hi, everyone. You can hear us okay?
Hi.
Audio's good?
Yep.
Visual.
Everybody's sounding and looking good. Oh, Monique, I am digging that jacket. I'm a man of jackets. We met in the French Riviera where we can't do this, but today we're doing it, and I love that jacket.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, Kathy.
Hi, Kathy. How are you?
Your visual isn't on. See if you can turn on your camera.
Getting it right
there
now.
She is.
There we go.
Hi,
Sorry, wrong camera, but let's do this. One sec.
No worries.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
I like
Hi.
it. Multiple angles.
I know. I'm like, which camera do we want here? Hi, guys.
Dynamic.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Chris.
There we go.
Kathy, you have a whole setup over there. I'm so jealous. You have a tech crew or a production crew?
Working on it with a podcast in the works. I got to figure out which buttons to push at this point.
Well, thank you guys for joining, and hello to the Brand Innovators audience. I know we've been on for a couple hours now, had a couple amazing speakers. I'm so excited to be chatting with Kathy and Monique today, because this is our last session of the year, if I'm not mistaken, at least with Influential hosting the full day. And nothing better, I think, in my opinion, than to be chatting with two CEOs, awesome agencies. We have some celebrities, I'd say, in the room, and I'm really excited to chat with you guys. So thanks for taking the time and allowing us to come into your homes. I know this is typically in person, so thank you guys for joining us. I want to kick this off, and I want to encourage the Brand Innovators audience out there to go ahead and click on their bios on the Brand Innovators site. I want to get right into the questions, because I know these ladies have a lot of awesome things to share. We'll start with the elephant in the room. We're still in a pandemic. There's been a lot of changes that have happened this year, I'm sure, for a variety of your clients. And as much as you guys have a variety of clients on opposite sides of the spectrum, I want to hear from you. What have been some of those changes that have happened this year, as far as maybe programs that you guys have implemented, or marketing strategies that have happened and you maybe had to take more digitally? Talk us through that.
Where do we start, right? First, I want to say hi to both of you, and Monique, my absolutely wonderful, precious, longtime friend. It's so good to be being able to have this chat together. We share so much of this usually over a really good steak and a glass of red wine. So this is really a fun environment to be able to have in this conversation. So thank you for that. Mo, you want to go ahead and start with the answers? Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, so the pandemic, the crisis, as I've been titling it. So it was not just a pandemic, it was financial and economic unrest. So you're in a depression or a recession, depending on your vertical and your industry. And then lastly, the whole piece around social and racial injustice that has really taken over a lot of hearts and minds. So I mean, the first primary change I would say that happened is there was just a lot more humanity that came into play during this time. Initially, just that thought around, is everybody okay, really started to play a much broader role. And certainly as time went on, how were we going to react to that, not only as agencies, but as brands and as brand partners? What did that mean? So, we do the Essence Festival, every year for our clients. And, it's usually something that everyone's looking forward to, going down to sticky New Orleans on 4th of July and, doing a wonderful, engagement with 400,000 Black women. Well, that wasn't going to happen this year. So we were really proud to be able to pivot quite quickly into a virtual engagement, and really making the experience, we thought, truly dynamic. And ultimately, now that's probably going to be a part of the way we do business moving forward. So, I have to say, in this time, I'll take the humanity, and then I'll take the innovation that absolutely was required to move through this time. And we're actually still in it. So the innovation continues to be in the forefront and kind of merge, in real life with this virtual opportunity that we have to get to more people in more places simultaneously.
And I will add to that, I think what we witnessed through our agency and clients' eyes was this sort of initial stage of denial, resistance, really trying to come to grips with what was going on, and then this sudden kind of letting down of the guard. And I don't say that lightly. I think that, as marketers, as brands, as agency heads, we tend to try to shepherd our clients and advise our clients into very innovative places, and they're traditionally resistant. They rest on their laurels. Why try to fix it if it ain't broke? And I think we saw this incredible shift as people started to really open up to that conversation and start to listen more and lean into us more and say, what do you think we should be doing now that, we know our vertical, but what's the rest of the world up to? And so as we were all listening to a lot more conversations beyond the scope of maybe our clients' industry or brand, we were able to bring a lot of solutions to the conversation and start to open up their thinking a little and see a great sense of reinvention around that space where they had to really start thinking out of the box. And I think the most refreshing thing has been witnessing brands do things in very short amounts of time that traditionally they would have put huge teams on, layers of agencies on, and taken 18 months to execute on. And suddenly they're doing it all in 6 weeks and go, wow, look at that. And now we're seeing results. And that's really exciting. And I think will speak tremendously to the future and the way people now have the courage and the proof that we can do things differently and they can be successful. We just have to allow ourselves the freedom and the entitlement to be able to do that. So it's been kind of an interesting exercise, I think, for us to witness as agency heads advising clients in a lot of different ways.
I think you guys both brought up a really important point, which is exciting to hear a little bit. Brands and your clients are having to listen to their consumers, having to listen to the audiences, and really think about what is needed to, make the biggest impact given the state that everyone's in. And so it's really about, truly finding that authenticity and being open to just opening your ears. It leads me to think more about creative and how creative strategies, you kind of lead to it a little bit, Kathy, already, how those might have changed given the fact that we're dealing with remote teams, we're dealing with a way to have to talk to people, and that's not just so transactional. It has to be authentic a little bit. Tell me a little bit about how that may have shifted for you and your clients.
I've experienced it with a couple of clients where, we've got one client who's doing a national tour. It's a family entertainment tour. They're traditionally in venues and arenas, and now they've pivoted dramatically and put the show on the road, so to speak, and literally doing a drive-through experience. They can. It's a show with 80 oversized dinosaurs called Jurassic Quest. So for them to take it from inside a huge arena and put it in a huge unused parking lot of Gillette Stadium, MetLife Stadium, Wells Fargo Center, these are real estate plays that never would have been available because unfortunately, those stadiums are sitting empty. So they've been able to leverage, and this is where you see the ingenuity, the creativity, and the ability to take a production and reconfigure all the logistics and the marketing and the positioning, and now offering up a drive-through show that is completely consumer, family safe. You stay in your vehicle, you have an experience, all the pieces that go with that. And that's a great example of seeing, someone who could have said, yeah, that would have been a great idea, but that's way too hard to do. So I think that's a great example. And then of course, all the content that goes with that and all of the virtual experiences that accompany that, as is the case with other clients. So we're seeing a lot of that, which is great.
And then for us, we're seeing a lot of, closeness coming around the CSR initiatives. The one thing that I can say we've always been really proud of is, making sure that we just don't, sell stuff, right? We want to sell stuff with a purpose. So really, allowing more of that to come to life has been, a really awesome thing that we've been seeing. So folks really leaning into the HBCU programs have been great. Really talking about, how do we do better with the, Hispanic and Latinx communities? What do we do to really elevate and affirm what's happening for our Asian American communities as well? And then looking at intersectionality in a way that is thoughtful. And I just think we've just had much more open conversation around, what does this consumer really need in this moment? Which we're allowed and able to come to their aid, right? Brands can be helpful, and we've seen them pledge, dollars. We've seen pull up or shut up, right? Like, let's just not talk about it. Let's be about it. So, I think brands are, getting to the point where they understand now that the accountability is there, and that this certainly are, millennial and Gen Zs, and I hate to use them as just broad strokes, but it's true. They do see brands as different parts of their lives. And I think in this moment, we're seeing that come to life in a way that I've not seen before. And the ability for us to do things really quickly. I think to Kathy's point, all the things that we swore we couldn't do. We never said, everybody said, no, there's no way we could ever be virtual. Okay,
Here we are.
Like, we've been pretty virtual. We've actually produced virtual work. And was able to do some amazing work this year that we probably would have never been able to do in previous times because we were in this moment. We were able to work with a team in Canada. We were able to work with a team in the UK, and really bring some beautiful work to life. So I'm excited about those possibilities. And I love the fact, to Kathy's point, that I think, brands and teams are now kind of like, why not, right? Like we created this, we can actually create something totally different. Let's reimagine what can happen. And this time has actually forced us to do that.
It's interesting to hear. It just sounds like there's just more openness. As much as it's hard and difficult and, telling in general this year has been, it's still, from at least a marketing advertising perspective, from brands out there who have a product that is meeting the needs of consumers now, they are now being open. Okay, we understand where the world is. Let's finally have that conversation and reach them in a way that they want to be reached versus, tried and true ways. It's innovation in the best way. It makes me
and
think
I'll
about
tell you,
research
Tiffany,
too.
I think what's really interesting, sorry to interrupt, but as you're speaking about that point and just on the back of what Monique said, it's fascinating to challenge our teams, right? Like our staff and our teams, what they are learning on the back of this, the way we're impacting this next generation that are coming up behind us, that are working with us internally to show them what's possible. That level of thinking that has very few boxes kind of and barriers around it is really an extraordinary thing. And I think our next generation of leaders in this space are going to have tools that our generation actually didn't get the benefit of. And so I think there's really something fascinating as we're trying to retain a culture within our companies. And that too, I mean, Monique's got a huge staff. I have a smaller boutique staff as my agency is smaller. But how do we maintain that culture? And part of this creativity and part of this innovative thinking is part of that conversation about the heart of the company and what we can do. And yes, we can. That's now part of the new culture. And I think that's another very exciting piece of what we're dealing with. I'm sure, Monique, you're dealing with it. You talk about getting your teams in all these different markets to work on brands and how you come together. And they're kind of like just going with it. They don't know that there were boxes and barriers there, but they're going to know that this is the new norm. And I think that's really cool for the industry.
Absolutely. No, I mean, it's inclusion at its best. And right, we had to be almost excluded, right? Put into a place where we couldn't get out to actually open our minds to let more in. So it's an interesting juxtaposition when you think of it, right? We had to kind of go home to be more open. So very, very interesting.
Totally. Are you guys thinking about what kind of research is happening, and are you leaning into that more? I imagine maybe social listening is happening a little bit more, or just like seeing trends in digital, maybe with other brands even. Are your clients leaning into that more this year, and what does that look like moving into the next?
Absolutely. I'll jump in. I mean, for spirits brands, right? And, brands where people used to go to a restaurant, right? We've noticed a huge trend that now your home is the new on-premise, right? So there are, the grocery store now has a totally different relationship, right? Where that used to be the place where you would, go and just get your staples, but you were going to go out to dinner. Now, it's a different engagement, right? You see in the supermarkets now, milk is more expensive. Eggs are more expensive, like all of those key things, because people are using their home as on premise. So for our clients, it's very important because how much of these trends are going to stay with them through this process. And we can imagine that there's going to be a percentage of folks that this will be just how they moving forward, right? This contactless world, this world of, on demand, and most certainly a different way to entertain is probably going to be with us for quite a while. So it's really important, depending on your vertical, how has this time really adjusted or changed how people's patterns were? And again, we tend to, think a lot about what's in the rear view. This is one of those moments in time where we have to say, this is ground zero. And now we have to pivot, right? We know what they did pre-COVID. Now it's a matter of what's happening in COVID and then what will stick with us post-COVID. So we have to watch those behaviors. And yes, our Duchess of data is continually, mining for our clients to see, what are some of the major changes or some of those nuanced changes that can really make a difference with their brands.
Totally. Kathy, did you want to add to that?
No, I think that I echoed Monique's sentiments there. I mean, when you talk about utilizing the research of what we're seeing, I just think it is ground zero, and it is going to carry us forward into a new way of thinking, new benchmarks, new ways to evaluate where value is. I mean, clearly our digital landscape is everything. So utilizing the content, we're working with a client over in Australia and we're building out huge sports sponsorships, and everything we're doing, it's not about the signage on the field or on the shirt. It's how do we create this incredible content that can be used to educate about the brand, educate about the nuances behind the brand and the company and what they do, and utilize the players as we do with influencers. So now we are looking at it from a very influential space and looking at how to tell stories more, be more innovative with content. I mean, storytelling and the sort of, use of good platforms to do good, to share well, is everything. And because of the way we are currently consuming, hopefully not forever and ever, but for, the foreseeable year, 18 months, whatever that's going to be. This is where we really have to be creative and clever and relevant and authentic and really have all of that in our consideration set as we're looking at what we're doing with our clients and what these brands are doing. So if we're not paying attention to what is and isn't working, we're in trouble. And if we're not paying attention to what's possible, we're not going to get there. We've got to do things differently. And I think this is really opening up a lot more people's minds, both the consumers and the brands and all of the players that are, have a stake in it.
I think you brought up a great point, Kathy, and thinking about there's definitely changes in consumer behaviors. With that, I think that there's also maybe changes in consumer categories and sort of verticals, thinking about the way we've archetyped audiences in the past and looking toward the future. How are you guys navigating that space, and how do you approach marketing to, Gen Z versus millennial? And do you consider all that makes up those audiences now? Maybe you use influencers, maybe it's specific strategies, digital, social, all of that. Tell me a little bit about how you're approaching different audiences for your clients, or how your clients are.
Oh, I think you got a lot to say here, so you go for it.
Yeah, I absolutely hate the static, demographic, piece, like, 18 to 24, 5'2", it doesn't mean anything, right? So it's so much about the richness of how people move. The beautiful part around technology and social is we can actually get to, like, what are they actually doing this for? It's not a matter of, this person moves this way because they're in a category. It's this person's moving this way because they have a reason, right? Like, there's an outcome they're looking for. So we try to focus much more on what is the outcome you're trying to create, and then what are those inputs that are going to be needed for you to make the best choice possible, right? So we want to make sure that you are educated about, what you're looking for, whether it be hair care or a car or a home improvement product, right? Like, I kind of don't care what color you are, but there might be some things that we need to know about you as a person of color that would change the dynamic as to whether or not this drill is for you, right? Or how do you make that decision? It could be very different. We want to understand what that is as well. Everyone say hello to my 7-year-old who just continues on camera. So, go.
Yeah.
See the pleasures of remote.
There we go.
There you go, in real time.
That's the humanity part of our business right now. I mean, you'll hear my dog barking inevitably in the next 40 minutes, right?
So yes, I mean, I think it's really important that we target, right? Like, we always have to know who we're looking for. That was the one thing in Marketing 101 that you never can forget. Everything we do has to be for somebody, right? This isn't an amorphous thing that we're going after. These are humans. But it is most important to understand their motivation, why they need it, and really be thoughtful about what that connection looks like from a brand. And that's where we spend a lot of our time, and that's where the research really starts to come alive. And ultimately, the archetyping now has turned into more of a anthropological exercise, right? I like the fact of really getting into, what are you doing in the morning, right? Like, I used to love that part of consumer insights, which was really getting into, why do you eat that cereal and how, right? Some people put it in a mug, other people put it in a bowl. So what's that difference? And being thoughtful around what that means to the person, and then layering, the cultural nuances on top.
It's funny, the issue of archetyping, which is, the greatest irony of all, is that, I think we spent decades trying to bifurcate all of these demographics and create specialized interest media, magazines, channels, to really address and target consumers in really unique and special ways. But the irony is it kind of backfires as well. I mean, look at this incredible need for, diversity and inclusivity. And, we almost created this monster in certain ways and in certain layers of our world. by separating everybody and trying to do everything so specifically targeted for people that it was kind of like, yeah, you don't belong in the general public. You belong here. So we'll target to you, we'll talk to you, we'll have our own secret language, we'll have our own communication platforms, and don't worry about everybody else. Well, that is not the world that any of us want to be living in. So I think there's a strange and perhaps not so great irony about what we've done for decades, and now the pendulum trying to swing back and creating a more homogenous world in the best of ways possible. I think for marketers, for brands, yes, it's challenging because we want to be focused in our approach and connecting and engaging with people. But I think we've got to find a way to do both at the same time. And, right?
It's not an or, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
People need endemic spaces that they feel comfortable in, and then they want to, it's that test and verify, right? Or trust and verify, sorry. They see it in style, but I want to verify it as a Black female in essence.
Exactly.
Like, is this really for me? Right? You can say it over there and I'm good. Like I saw it. But is it for me would come through a channel that I think is about me.
Right. And that work has to be done, and it has to be done well, and it's got to serve the people, or that's a problem. It is an and, it's not an or. And I think that's the place that we need to get to, because that's what's going to bring us more together as a culture from a humanity standpoint. It's so critical to be able to look at it both ways.
It is an and, not an or. That's a great tip for the world out there. Also thinking about everything that you guys are just saying, does the notion of ROI, has that changed then this year and for your clients? And what does that look like moving into 2021 across your client rosters?
I hope so.
Like,
I mean, listen, everybody had a rougher year than they probably anticipated. For a plethora of reasons, of which I think we all are well aware. But to be brutally honest, this was also a year that you could actually, look at ROI in a real way, and made some major strides. I mean, honestly, did we need to travel as much as we did? I miss Kathy desperately, but I do not miss that plane.
Right. We can still have a glass of wine over, a Zoom chat, right?
But I think, there were also ways, again, as we've just discussed, things happened in a faster time frame, right? And really, so I think the ROI may have come through in process where you may not have had it in sales, let's say. There are probably other parts of your business that you were able to offset some of the other pieces to really give yourself a sense of, oh, here's what's possible. You ended up doing, a test and learn without even trying. But if, I know me as a business owner, and certainly Kathy as a business owner, we look at the whole balance sheet, and there were definitely areas that we were like, we could really take a look at that. Yep. Does she need her Beverly Hills, her 90210 address?
Nah, not anymore.
I don't know. So
you're right, but your values are values, and whether it's our brands, whether it's us as companies, I mean, we are looking at that, right? Trying to make sense of it. And I think you just said something interesting, Monique. It's that ability to kind of shift where the ROI is happening for our clients and our brand partners. It's very interesting when we're able to work with them to help focus on other parts of their business that are ultimately, in the end game, are going to actually deliver better ROIs because they're being forced to focus on other parts of their business that they weren't before. And that's huge. For many, it's been about managing their own expectations, helping them realize that you may not sell as many widgets, as many tickets, as many, services, whatever that is. But if you can do the work now to really focus on your content, your messaging, your branding, your purpose, and convert that the moment the floodgates open again, or seep into this new norm of how you're putting your brand into the marketplace, that is massive ROI that they never would have been able to measure or even engage in. And I think, again, that comes under the heading of where the silver linings have been, and those who are willing to do the work and really let their guard down and make it work for themselves. they're going to see that ROI. They just may have a year or two of having to kind of figure out how to make that shift. It's important.
100%. So taking this a little bit more personally and thinking about the structure and your teams in place, what's work from home been like? I know that I think some of you have worked from home before, but maybe not as long as we have in this regard. Tell me a little bit about
I have run a company for 32 years, and I have never worked from home a day in my life.
Wow.
Aside from what I do at night and what I need to do on the weekends, and the laptop's always in the lap. But I will say, in all honesty, for me, it has been very challenging. I've run an agency for that long and always had a team around me and lived on an airplane, and I've been married for 32 years. So, everybody has always said to me, how'd you stay married that long? I said, because I was never home. I was on a plane every other week. So it's been a bit of a lesson, definitely an adjustment, as Monique just alluded to, looking at a Beverly Hills office saying, okay, if we haven't been in there for 9 months and we're running a successful business, is it really necessary? I would tell you that the moment it's okay to go back, there is no question where I will be. I will not be working from home, but I see the value of it and I understand the decisions and the opportunity. It's just, for me, I get up every day, I suit up, I put on my jewelry, I fix my hair and put on makeup, and we're all on Zoom calls all day. So we're in meetings. And so I've got to look presentable. And for me, that is, the way to start a business day. It's not in my pajamas, and I got out of yoga pants pretty quickly because after a few months I was like, psychologically, this isn't working for me. I may still be barefoot, which I'm not, I'm wearing shoes right now, but I think it's also been a gift. As we all know, there were months where one of the older kids was home and the husband was home, and being able to go into the kitchen and kind of have lunch because we weren't all in like hair on fire mode was a joy, and you had to kind of appreciate it. I will say I'm over it. I'm over it. That's the truth. But I can appreciate the nuances, and living where I do in LA, the sun's always shining. As many phone calls that I can do walking is what I'm doing. I never would have done that before. So, there's some good stuff in there.
100%. What about you, Monique?
Definitely healthier. Healthier than I've ever been, because of just that. The ability for self-care has been tremendous. Just cutting out that commute time, and really being able to reposition that time for making sure I'm okay. And to Kathy's, I'll start with all the great stuff. Being able to spend time with my 7 and 4-year-old. This is the longest since I had them. So I mean, it's definitely
priceless
to kind of have that kind of interaction. I can see how this one, works in school. How is he doing? But, for the team overall, I mean, we miss each other desperately. We are, we're a family. And, for me, it was a hard decision to kind of say, hey, we're not going to be together for quite a while. But I've done the best I can to make sure that we have, our Zoom calls, our safe space calls, making sure that our town halls are, are interactive, and making sure that we have programming, for the agency to kind of come together and have a reason to come together during this time. So just being really thoughtful about making sure that we're programming against our own culture inside to keep us going. But as you can imagine, we are, plenty busy. And of our team, we've got over 90% of the team that would like to remain in some sort of, hybrid-like schedule. And I think that's where we'll be. It'll, we'll have some, reasons to come together in person, but, our caregiving, employees base are, really able to have that. I think once school stabilizes for, a lot of our folks, that'll, take off the burden. But even in this moment, we're all in the same position, right? Like, I'm the boss and I've got, a 7 and 4-year-old running around, as with anyone else in my organization. So we're just trying to lean in, making sure that people have the support that they need where we can, being flexible with the teams, and letting our clients know as well, here's what's going on in our organization, and here's where people may or may not be available because of childcare or elder care that needs to come into play. And I think it's just been a time of being extremely transparent, and making sure that, you know, first and foremost, your health is everything, right? We can't do anything if you aren't here. So that was kind of my, you know, my mantra, and I continue to be there as long as as you know, COVID is real. And as we've been coining it at UWG, the Rona is real. So with the Rona being real, we need to keep you safe. So you stay put. It's not necessary that we move around. And in addition, I'm the wife of a frontline, you know, medical worker. So I want to make his life as less tricky as possible. And I know if we're out there in the world, we're only making it harder for him.
Mm-hmm.
Great point and great tips right there, especially from a leadership perspective. This has been a trending question from the audience for a bit now. Curious to know, what kind of things are you looking for in new hires? Of course, experience, you know, some of those tactical skills, but what are some unique skills that you're looking for in people that you're hiring within the company, given the year that we've had and what we're looking at moving forward?
I've had to hire either on board interns or new staff over the last 6 to 7 months, which has been a really interesting exercise. You know, we miss that culture and the nuance of getting to know the rest of the team, the conversations that happen at the water cooler, you know, just being in a room when conversations are happening and picking up information and educating staff by the virtue of being in the environment. So that's been a really interesting exercise. And I think what I tend to look for are people who do have, I've always said this, you know, running a company as long as I have and always having a turnover in different staff or needing specialists in certain areas because of our different clients. There are certain things you can't teach people. You can teach them skills, but you can't teach them to take initiative, to have a certain personality and communication style. There are things that are natural in people, and I think as I've been interviewing people for the positions, that's what I tend to look for, because they can learn the basic skills of what we're doing or what the clients or the projects are about. So I think even more so now, we need that. We need people who are a little bit more self-starters. We need people who can work on a project and take that initiative. You know, we sit on Zoom calls as a team probably 5 times a day, because we'll be on client calls, the client will check out, we'll stay on, we'll recap, we'll put priorities in place, we'll take next steps. You know, there's sort of a rhythm to that. We start our day and end our day with that. We start a week and end our weeks with that. We're constantly prioritizing, and it is different when you're virtual as a team. And you have different teams, and is everybody in the loop? And, you know, you've got a lot to juggle in that process. So we have to be really thoughtful, not only for ourselves and productivity for the agency and for the clients, but also for the team, that they don't feel like they're an island of one, and that they're feeling connected to the mothership, that they have that sense of culture and community. I order lunch often for my team. I have lunch sent to everybody's homes, and we'll do a lunch date. And everybody gets to have lunch together. But as I used to do when we were in the office, lunch is on me. And that's a big, you know, that's a big social moment that we miss. What are we going to eat today? And, you know, when the food comes. So we try to recreate that. But we want to help our team grow and sort of nurture them. And I think that's, you know, sort of where we really have to lean in a little more on the effort there.
So just not to repeat anything, I completely agree with Kathy on, you know, the characteristics she's looking for. And then, you know, for us, it's curiosity's got to be a key part of, you know, what your desire will be. I am the poster child for, you don't have to have done the job. Uniworld was my first agency, right? I never worked in an agency before. I was completely on the brand side. So it's about, you know, transferable skills, competencies that are important to the job. And then ultimately we'll teach you our culture. We'll even, you know, teach you the nuance of what, you know, the Uniworld way is, right? That's where we like to spend our time. But again, hard to motivate somebody. I feel like that's something that's intrinsic. What wakes you up in the morning can't be me. So, you know, what else, you know, what's your purpose? And be really clear about that purpose when you bring yourself, you know, into an environment. But especially in this moment, as we're virtual, it's really hard to do that, where, you know, you may have been able to feed off of someone's, you know, energy when they were in person. Right now it's a matter of, being proactive and being really thoughtful about telling people what you need to succeed in this environment as well, which may have differed if you were in person.
Yeah, I totally hear you. I have so many more questions. I think Chris is trying to bump us off, but I'm gonna try to end with one more. I want to know.
Go ahead.
I do want to know. I do want to know what's one thing that you guys are looking forward to. I know that turbulent year to say the least. What's one thing that you're looking forward to, perhaps in your work, but then also personally?
If I may, I am really excited. I launched a book in March called Reinvent Your Life. What are you waiting for? Which you can probably see behind me. Quincy Jones wrote the foreword for the book for me. So that's like really special, but it's got incredible stories, 30 stories, 26 power tools. And it's been my joy in the last 7-8 months to have these conversations. I hold virtual chats twice a week and getting to be in the conversation every day with people about how they're reinventing, how they're pivoting, how they're finding, as Monique said, that self-care time, digging into hobbies and passions and figuring out kind of the big question of what am I doing with my life? Because we've all been handed that gift of a little time, a little bit of a pause button. And I'm launching a podcast next month. So that's what I'm looking forward to on this whole sort of journey that I'm doing in parallel with everything else on the business front. So that for me has kind of been like a really special part of what I've been able to do and to dig into this conversation around reinvention because we're all going through it right now. So it's pretty special.
I love that. I love that. Monique?
Well, personally, I can't wait to go see my friend, Kathy. So
yes. No, I need to come to New York. You stay there. I'm coming there. Okay, fine. We'll do both.
Thank you. Let me at least get a little sun.
Okay.
But, and then, on the professional front, I mean, I can't tell you that, in this moment for, multicultural market communities of color, I'm just really, really happy for having the conversations, that the conversations are real. We're not glossing over it. I know it's not easy, but change is never easy. We all want change. We just hate going through it. But I'm committed, and I'm really quite optimistic that we will find a way to say that inclusion is the answer, and it really is. I mean, we can look at this call, and we know that we're better together, but we just have to have more dialogue, and I'm excited about that, and I'm excited about keeping that dialogue going.
Love that. I mean, they say diamonds are made out of pressure, right? So there's only good things to come.
Listen, if it was easy, they wouldn't call it work.
Man.
To that. Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you busy women, I'm sure. So thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us and offer some insights. We appreciate you.
And thank you, Chris, for bringing us together. Our
Absolutely.
Oh, man. To your point, Ken. Where's
please, Ken 2021. I'm gonna pray on it every single night.
Right.
Well, what an amazing session with amazing women, agency heads. You guys are powerhouses. I am humbled to be in your company, and I thank you all so much for joining us today. Tiffany, a great job as well. So we're going to move on to our next speaker of the day, and I'm actually not going to exit stage left like I usually do. We're going to be joined by Carolyn DeWitt, the President and Executive Director of Rock the Vote. As many of you may know, Influential is the official influencer marketing partner for Rock the Vote, and we've been doing some great things together since early this summer. So I'm really excited to catch up with Caroline, hear how things have been going, especially now post-election. Welcome to the stage, Caroline. It's great to see you.
Hi, good to see you on the other side of this thing, Chris.
Right? Oh my gosh, the stuff we've been through the last few months. How do you feel?
I feel good. I feel good. There's still work to be done for sure, which I'm sure we'll get into a little bit in the conversation. But overall, have caught up a little bit on sleep, but feeling hopeful. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Are you calling us today from home?
I am. Yeah. So you get to see my wonderful, books and
nice. Very, very cool. This is the one time a month I go into the Influential office. Got to use that logo and we have a 5,000 square foot office that's supposed to be for about 50 or 60 people, and it is a ghost town other than me and Ryan right now. Ryan's in the other room, so we get our occasional use out of it, so I'll take it where I can.
That's how it is when I go into the office too. I think I see like one other person on there. So yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, let's jump into it. So as I was telling you, I'm a child of the 90s. I fondly remember the Rock the Vote from MTV back in the day. Rock the Vote is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. So you give us a little bit of history about Rock the Vote and how it made voting cool to a skeptical generation of voters.
Yeah, so the organization was founded in response to the arrest and censorship of hip hop and rap artists. So thinking back to, Straight Outta Compton for those who watched the movie.
Tipper Gore.
Yep.
Yep.
So, musicians, primarily Black musicians, were being censored, and their stories were that were being told in music were being censored, and they were being arrested at concerts. And it was really through that music executives got together and formed the organization. And that was 30 years ago, in 1990. And, when the organization was, a lot has happened in those 30 years. And, primarily being, I think, the explosion of the internet and how much that's changed basically every landscape, right? And how technology has evolved. And so that's really changed how the organization has had to adapt. So back in the day, we had we'll get to talk about the evolution of the organization, but its first partnership was with MTV, and that's how most of our generation kind of remembers it, right? Is the initial partnership with MTV and the PSAs that were put out. Madonna was featured in the first PSA, wrapped in the American flag. And at the time, that PSA was extremely controversial. It was really about disrupting, being a voice for young people. Its mission was to build the political power of young people, because frankly speaking, young people are underrepresented in our government and in our democracy. And most people in the political space did not, at that point, even recognize young people as a voting power, as like people who should be participating in our democracy, and how much power that young people really had. So it's been fascinating to see how not only that has changed, because now we hear about the youth vote on a regular basis, but also, how the tactics and have changed as well.
Yeah, I feel almost like the MTV of back then was sort of like the fill-in for the lack of social networks that we had back then. It was like, oh, did you see that on MTV? You couldn't even TiVo it or anything. Like, you had to catch it live or you missed it.
That's right. Or like the very few people who had like the recording VCRs back then, like something, you'd have to like coordinate
the fuzzy tape.
Right. And coordinate with like, who's going to tape it? Yeah, that's exactly right.
So funny.
Yeah.
Well, being that Rock the Vote is celebrating its 30th anniversary, obviously has been a lot of changes over time. I know you obviously haven't been there since the 90s. But from your perspective, since you've been there, which I believe is about 5 years, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So what are some of the crucial changes that you've seen over time?
Yeah. So when I came in, actually, I came in as COO and moved into the leadership position in the middle of 2016. And a lot of organizations, my background is very much in consulting is a strange word, but basically coming in and setting fresh eyes on something and seeing what's working, what's not, what do we need to tweak, what's our strategic value, are the tactics that we've been using, right, still the tactics we should be thinking about applying. And following the 2016 election, that actually was forced onto lab organizations. We were kind of already in that space of thinking about the evolution of just messaging, quite frankly, and then tactics to, once we have someone's attention and interest and motivation and we've empowered them with the education, how do we get them from point A to point Z? So looking at the organization even before my time there or at the organization is the realization that back then you did not have the internet and you had a piece of content, you could put it on MTV, reach 90% of young people, and the PSA would have a lifespan of, a couple months. And now everything's so much faster pace, and you would do voter registration on papers outside of concerts. Such a different world now.
Right. Yeah.
And so the organization has really had to evolve. And to its credit, in 1999, a lot of people don't know this, but in 1999, the organization actually built the first online voter registration platform. It was very forward thinking in terms of, okay, technology is going to be taking over. Young people are on the internet. It's basically young people and computer scientists, right? And looking at, well, paper registrations are good. There's actually, it gets into like this wonky nerdy space of the data quality isn't great because people, like when the state's looking at paper registrations, they can throw out our registration because they can't read it, or like someone fills out the wrong date, they put their today's date instead of their birth date or something like that. So the success rates of you'd be going out and doing all this work, but only a certain percentage of it would actually make it through and be successful. So the organization got really into looking at like the research of both messaging, but also the tactics of, okay, like in the private industry, it's like, how do you get the consumer or whatever it is to not only click on it, but then to buy it and make it through to the purchase the item and come back. And so that's actually, we think about that in the same way in the voting space is what's the voter experience, right? From start to finish. And so that's been something that the organization's been really focused on. And so not only do we do that for Rock the Vote, but we actually power a large percentage of the voter registration and get out the vote messaging in terms of SMS and email. Like we actually power over 1,000 organizations, civic technology at this point.
Wow. Amazing.
So it's on the backbone to everything. So that's a big part of what we do. And so much of it is, quite frankly, a lot of it's just education. I mean, it's so odd to say it that way, but especially with this generation that's so passionate about issues, so passionate about the future, it's just really simplifying the process because young voters are new voters. They're unfamiliar with the process. So that's a huge amount of our work in making the democracy more accessible.
I can imagine, because you're now 2 election cycles in at Rock the Vote. I bet just from the last one to this one, there's been such significant change.
Yeah, kind of across the board. I mean, one of the great things when I think about Rock the Vote's history too is when the organization started, it was the first and really only organization mobilizing young people and recognizing their political power. And today we have a number of organizations. I mean, you have, if you want to go into the issue space, you have March for Our Lives, you have young groups on the ground, right? There's a lot more empowerment of young people in the organizations that help mobilize them and do civic education, both in schools and outside of schools. Over the last 5 years, we've made a lot of progress behind the scenes in the technology front, especially working with states. So many times we think about pro-democracy policies as having to be pushed at the policy level, at the legislative level, whether it be federal or state. But there's so much in technology that we can actually do. So we actually work directly with states to improve their technology, to work better with third parties, whether that's Rock the Vote, whether it's Rock the Vote and the brands we work with, which is a whole nother thing we've seen change over the last 5 years, which we'll get into. But basically, third-party organizations who reach young people, particularly marginalized young people, and bring them into the political space. Because so much of what we still do the strategy, you know, the tactics have changed, but the strategy is still there, reaching young people where they are, whether it's MTV or whether it's a youth brand or whether it's through an influencer, right? Reaching them through culture and bringing them into the political space rather, or the civic space, rather than expecting that they're just going to find us. And so over the last 5 years, we've also seen, especially this year, just an outpouring of trusted messengers is kind of the way we talk about it, but that trusted messengers are becoming increasingly important. The more noise that's in the media space, if you will, it's just like we need trusted messengers to like hook onto and say, okay, that's vetted information. That's real information. I can trust, you know, or triangulate between a couple different trusted messengers. And trusted messengers can be anyone from an influencer and a celebrity to a youth brand to a civic organization like Rock the Vote. So it's really about spreading out the information and reaching people from different angles. And so over the last 4 years, and particularly this year, we've just seen a huge increase in the number of trusted messengers who are willing to use their platform to encourage voters, particularly young voters, to participate. And that's brand value too, because young people actually want that. They want to know that where they're spending money, where they're working is actually valuing them and their voice and the issues that they care about.
Yeah, no, and actually, I think this dovetails nicely into the next question, because I was saying the differences of 4 years. Obviously, there's a big elephant in the room, and it was, this pandemic that we're going through right now. As the leader of a renowned organization like Rock the Vote, you must have seen your roadmap change tremendously through this year. What sort of adjustments have you had to make to, kind of adjust for an election like no other?
Yeah, it did change. It changed a lot of it changed some of what we did, but we are very fortunate in the fact that we are largely a digital organization and have been for quite a while now. We certainly do things on the ground. We have a relational organizing program where we coach and train young people throughout the country to organize their communities. Obviously, they were impacted because they're not on college campuses. They're not, interacting with other young people in the same way, at least in person, but online life is very real life for young people, as you know.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah. But the biggest thing for us was, quite honestly, we always have, because we're so, we have so much responsibility in a major federal election year because of the brand recognition, because the fact that we provide this infrastructure for so many other organizations, because we have the brand value and can bring in a whole bunch of other people to help spread the word and amplify. That became that much more important because you had all these other organizations that actually couldn't be on the ground doing the work. And not only that, but so many of them were then looking to pivot their programming to digital, but didn't have the expertise, didn't have the tools and the resources to do so. So even within, I think it was like the beginning of April, we held 2 webinars for other nonprofits that were used to doing on the ground work. And we had we had over 700 people on each call learning about how do you transition this to online, right? So it's kind of like a, if you will, not quite a mentorship, but sort of a mentorship of we're going to give resources and we'll do as much as we can. Not every organization is set up to be successful in that way because they don't necessarily have the expertise, but as much as we can provide them. But then it becomes, okay, we have to pick up all the pieces of the void that was created because a lot of organizations weren't able to do what they normally would do in a year. And then we get into areas of, what did voting look like this year and what tools and resources we needed to create in the digital space to accommodate that, like vote by mail and curing of ballots and that sort of thing, and the different education that went into this year. That was a big part too, is the reality of young people is that they are new voters. And so much of what we do is that education to walk them step by step through the process. It was pretty much every voter's first time voting in a pandemic. But when you are a new voter, though, and you don't even know where to start and have no reference point, it's completely discombobulating to try and navigate that. So trying to make sure that young people know all their options, know all the deadlines, if they're going to vote by mail or absentee, what are the fact that they need to request that in most states, what the deadline, that there are even deadlines to do that, all those different nuances that we don't think about, that when you voted once or twice, you at least have a sense of it. But when you're doing this for the first time, it's very confusing. And then add on top of it, most young people who are college students didn't know where they were going to be in the fall. They didn't know if they were going to be on campus or not. So a lot of different variabilities for young people.
Yeah. And with that, Gen Z and millennials obviously were crucial to, to this election. I know you guys are a very stats-based organization. Specifically speaking, like how crucial were they to the overall outcome?
So young people, I mean, even we talked about this a lot before the election, but between millennials and Gen Z, they comprised nearly 40% of the potential electorate. We know that not all eligible voters show up, but what we did see this year, and while these are only estimates because we have to wait for the actual voter files to come back from all the states to do the analysis, the initial estimates are saying that not only did young people continue or basically stay on the pace of the increase in voter turnout that we saw across the board, because we had incredible turnout from every age demographic, but young people actually surpassed. So if you think about everyone's running a race and everyone's going faster and faster, but actually young people went even further, that's what we're talking about. So it was incredible not only to see young people increase, we call that vote share. They made up a bigger part of the electorate than they have in the past. Not only did they surpass and become a larger share of the electorate, but they did so at a time that they were much more at a disadvantage being new voters in this very confusing time. So it's incredibly motivating and gives me a lot of hope that it's also just demonstrative of this generation's passion for the future and passion to have their voice heard, is that they overcame these barriers and showed up. And the other component of this is, it wasn't just young people in general, but young people of color actually came out in significant force this year. And, I think one of the things that we could talk about too is what we saw this year, in particular, the tragedies and the murders of, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and others, that really sparked and reunited and really refocused on the need for change. I say change is like dealing with the issues that our society and our country really hasn't dealt with, and how that momentum carried into the election.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Also, as another additional new thing to the election, the role of mail-in ballots. What is your take on that? I know we've seen a lot of it in the press. It's sort of like this interesting thing that surge things forward at the very end. What's your take on all of that?
Yeah, so it's been interesting this year from a voting rights perspective. There are a lot of components that before this year, before COVID, really put a lot of things. There were a lot of policies and changes to our election system that many of us in the voting rights space have been passionately advocating for. Mail-in voting or absentee voting. I call it absentee because a lot of people don't know you can actually drop off your ballot, and that's something we want to promote, because I know there's a lot of, even before this year, there's just a lot of fear that it's going to get lost to the mail. But there are a handful of states that have moved toward primarily mail-in voting. There are states like California that have actually been, usually it's about a 5-year process to move from a, we'll call normal election administration, as most of us know it, to a predominantly 100% vote by mail state. And you still have the ability to vote in person if you want. There are a lot of systems set up to make sure that there's transparency in the process. And those states tend to have increased, one, it reduces the cost to the state, but two, they tend to have much higher rates of voter participation because it's more flexible. And it's it promotes participation rather than creating barriers to do so. And so this has been something that a lot of voting rights organizations have been trying to promote and advocate for several years. This year in particular, we saw, what we tend to say is this year exposed the fact that we have been neglecting and have not invested in our democracy, from vote by mail to restrictions to access things like early voting. I mean, there were a lot of things like in some states, you had to give an excuse to vote early, right? Some states gave those this year because of COVID. Some states still actually didn't do that, which is pretty disgusting. What I think we need to move toward is this idea of there's an election season. People are busy, especially nowadays. We have families, we have obligations, we have work, that we live in a democracy that is supposed to promote participation in the system for it to be a democracy. And so we need to really honor that and say, okay, how do we make this a flexible system so it's not people waiting in 4-hour lines on election day? So it's not an election day, it is an election season in which people can be mailing in their ballots, they can be voting early, they don't need excuses to do those things, there aren't barriers, there aren't ridiculous deadlines. I mean, several of the key states, the battleground states, if we're talking about the presidential election, require registration a month before election day. So if you're living your life and thinking like, okay, cool, I know the election's coming up, but like you start focusing on it a couple weeks before, you've missed the deadline, right? It's too late. Like, unless you live in a same day registration state. And so this idea of we need to make it hard, like it's just absurd. We live in a democracy and we should be promoting it. So I'm hopeful that this year has awakened people to the fact that we need to invest both policy-wise, but also, quite frankly, resource-wise, in investing in our democracy, and has also, forced education into these flexible voting options, so people know that they are aware of these other options that exist that we can be demanding from our elected officials.
Yeah. So even if, as we come out of the pandemic and God willing, 4 years from now, this is a non-issue, do you believe that mail-in or absentee ballot voting will be the dominant, and maybe even a step further than that? Are we anywhere near digital voting?
We are nowhere near digital voting. I will answer that right now. We're nowhere near digital voting. There are two primary reasons for that, because it is asked a lot. And I understand why people would advocate for it. The two primary reasons are, one, if you can think about the fact of how easily things are hacked, security-wise, we're not there by any means. And so digital voting makes that much more vulnerable. The second thing is, our votes are supposed to be protected, anonymous. I'm not supposed to, Chris, know who you voted for. People think, okay, well, we have banking, right? And there's banking systems. Well, banking also online banking assumes that there is fraud at some point. There's going to be fraud. Someone's going to steal your information. They're going to hack into your system. And there are procedures to deal with that. And they know that account and that money goes back to you. There is no system right now for us to be able to cast a ballot that is protected and safe, that doesn't get drawn back to you, Chris. And so that is actually a constitutional right, that we are not, the technology just isn't there yet. There's so many things that we can be investing in that make participating in our system so much better, though. So I don't know, and those things could eventually lead to that. Like, there are technology changes, technological enhancements we can make to that are steps to get there, but we are very far away from that. So that's one. The other component of the first part of your question was about, do I think mail-in voting is going to become more prominent? My hope is that people take advantage of it more and recognize it. My fear, quite honestly, and what I am calling on all viewers to do, is to pay attention to what your governor and state legislators do. Because there is going to be a fight following this. This year, we have seen a lot of false information around and questions around the security of mail-in ballots. That has created a lot of very unfortunate questioning of whether or not this is a acceptable and safe and secure method of voting. Arguably, it's actually more secure, quite frankly. When you look at the nuances of it, it is arguably more secure, if done right, than in-person voting. That being said, it doesn't really matter what is true as long as the narratives out there exist and as long as state legislators want to manipulate our democracy so that it doesn't work for the people. And so that is actually a battle that we anticipate is going to be happening over the next 2 to 4 years. Are we going to have to fight against more restrictions for mail-in voting, or are we going to see more states promote it?
Yeah, and is that something that could be brought down from a federal level that enforces them to, or is it going to be state by state and continue to be that way?
So the Constitution actually gives states the right to set voting policies. Every level, that being said, every level of government has some impact on our right to vote, as we'll call it. There's obviously like the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which has largely been gutted. There is legislation in the Senate that's been sitting in the Senate for almost every legislative session that does not even get brought to the floor for people to vote on, for the Senate to vote on. That is a problem. The Senate is not bringing voting rights legislation to the floor to be voted on. So unless the Senate somehow changes, which there is a possibility of that, I don't see anything happening with regard to voting rights. Largely speaking, most of these policies, things like, do you have absentee, every state has absentee voting or mail-in voting. The challenge with it is how accessible is it? Meaning, does your state proactively ask you if you want to vote by mail? Does your state allow you, in some states, if you say, I want to vote every election by mail, they have you on a list and they proactively send it to you. So you don't have to request it each time. Some states actually say, if you're over a certain age, we're going to proactively send you your ballot. Do you need a request or do you need an excuse to request a form? what is the deadline for requesting it? Do you have a Dropbox location if you don't want to mail it in? What is the deadline for getting it back? So those are sort of the more of the voter focused experience. Then there's the like election administrator experience, which is the processing and counting of ballots. I feel like I'm getting really wonky here, so thanks. It's exciting.
No, keep on going. I'm nerding out with you.
Which is what I think people saw this year, which we don't tend to see because we don't tend to have this many mail-in ballots. And there was manipulation a little bit in the system in terms of best practices say, so you have all these ballots coming in. There are kind of 3 steps to getting them to the counts to be certified, basically. You have a processing of the ballots, you have the counting of the ballots, or actually tabulation of them, and then the certification. The processing of the ballots is, think of like when you get your mail, you have to like open the end, if you still get snail mail, you have to open the envelope, unfold the letter, right? Like read the letter, then flatten it and like put it in your pile to like deal with or file away. And that combined with verifying the signature, verifying a witness signature, verifying, in some states you have really complex procedures that need to be verified. So the actual like opening the envelope, unfolding it, flattening it, which sounds super, it sounds small, but when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of pieces of mail and you're talking about this is all happening at a human labor intensive moment, and then you're verifying signatures, it's very labor intensive. And so best practices that's the processing. Then you're flattening the pieces of paper to then be counted. That's counting. And then it's certifying, which is basically saying, these are our final counts. Each state deals with it differently of how they certify, but it's basically it's making it official. The processing in best practices takes place before the election. So you're getting all your ducks in a row, you're processing, you're making sure that the signatures are verified. It's the more labor intensive aspect of it. Then there's the counting. Usually that happens in most states on election day, election night, which is a smoother process, especially if you've been able to process them earlier. And then the certification, every state deals with that, usually in mid-November to mid to early December. There were certain states that couldn't start processing because their state legislators had decided so until election day. So you had states like Michigan and Pennsylvania that weren't allowed to actually open, verify signatures, flatten them, verify the complex procedures. And in states like Pennsylvania, it's actually a very complicated procedures that they have, which delayed the result. It didn't delay results, but because there were so many ballots that were mailed in that then had to be dealt with this way, the counts were not as complete as you might expect on election night. So that was kind of the delay and that was a tactic. That was actually like to make people think, oh, the results are changing, and there was nefarious decisions made for why to do that. Unfortunately, there were attempts to move the processing earlier, but anyway. So these are all things that we have to deal with when we mail ballots.
No, and it makes sense. And I mean, I guess I think it's the best thing that could have happened that we had it this way. But my concern moving into the future is that the peaceful transition of power is going to be so much more difficult now than it used to be.
I think you're right. I think the questioning what has been really damaging is this undermining of the trust of the system that is only going to continue. So people are, unfortunately, there's a certain percentage who are going to question whether or not the results, right, are accurate and reflective of the people, whether or not we should be allowing mail-in voting, whether or not we should be allowing, like, how elections should be administered, what democracy actually looks like, that's going to actually make it's not in the self-interest of people. And that's the complicating component to this, is people are being told messages that actually hurt them when they think about it, if they had all the facts. But we not only have a system we have to fix, but we also have to somehow fix our information systems and people who are getting false narratives.
Yeah, it seems like it's just always going to be a work in progress.
That's exactly right. I like to say that democracy is not a goal. It is a process. It is a living, breathing thing. And we have to constantly try and make sure that it is nurtured.
I agree. So amazingly, we have run through 40 minutes in like half the questions that I wanted to ask and so much more. No. I loved every bit of it. And I thank you so much. There is one question. I'm going to make the other panel wait just a little bit longer because I have to ask this. This is why I really wanted you to be here. So you have an audience of brand marketers here, people from Fortune 500 companies. From a micro, macro level, how can brands get involved with Rock the Vote?
So you can email us. We actually have a website, brandsfordemocracy.org, which awesome. If you visit it and fill out the form, it's a super simple form and we'll get back in touch with you. But we need trusted messengers, brands, influencers to use their platform to promote a culture of civic engagement. So, and that means different things, right? In a major election year, it's obviously voting. In what we call, a lot of people call them off years. It's not an off year. There are elections all the time. There are hundreds of elections next year, maybe thousands actually, but hundreds of municipalities have elections next year. And we need to be also working on the voting policies. So we need that encouragement and people and platforms to use their power really to help promote democracy in our system.
Yeah, that's great. Tell us just quickly some of the best supporting brands who've joined forces with you guys.
Oh man, we have like dozens of them. I can't.
Yeah. It's like picking a favorite kid. You can't do it.
And it inspires me. Like I remember starting this out five years ago, and brands were a little scared. We had some leader brands who took. I think did step into this before a lot of other brands were willing to do so. And I'm so grateful for them because it also made it a safer space for other companies who were more risk adverse or had, were just starting out and couldn't take that risk for whatever reason. And it created a space for a lot of other companies to join in. And it's, I'm tapping on, I love partnerships because we can build from each other and we can learn from them and they can learn from us and we can brainstorm ideas. So I know it feels like a cop out, but you can come to brandsfordemocracy.org and see the brands that we work with. That's the thing. But everyone's got something to offer, and that's the beauty of this.
Fair enough and well said. Well, I'd actually like to, next year we're going to be doing this probably on a monthly basis. I'd love to have you back on sometime next year. We're planning to continue to be your partners forever on. You can't get rid of us. We're here to stay. But yeah, I'd love to get into a lot more with you next time around. And, hopefully this pandemic clears up soon and we can actually meet in person and, have a drink and do something cool.
I like that. Yeah, it's good.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much, Carolyn. Really appreciate all of your support of us. We've enjoyed so much working with you. Have wonderful holidays, and we'll be in touch soon.
Thanks. Same, Chris.
Right.
Thanks.
Take care, Carolyn. Bye. All right, so we're moving things along. We are now going to switch it up. We are going to do a rare thing in our sessions, which is a keynote. And from our own team, we have Tal Count Nguyen. Is that how you say your last name? Did I see that? Did I do that right?
It's a mouthful. Koot Nguyen. You got it. You almost got it right, Chris.
Oh, close.
Yeah.
So Tala is our director of data and analytics for Influential. Amongst other things, Tala is going to be talking about holiday shopping trends for 2020 in this most unusual of years. So I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to you. Talk to you in a little bit.
Awesome. Thanks. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right. So before we get into it, as Chris mentioned, I head up the research and analytics department at Influential. So we've basically built a consultancy around market intelligence and gathering consumer insights, trends, being able to help service. And we have the privilege of working with a bunch of different Fortune 500 companies and guiding them through 2020, which has not been short of all these different events. Whether it's the pandemic and transitioning to this life. So to really get started, right now, as we speak, consumers are already planning their holiday shopping. So one of our capabilities at Influential is being able to analyze what consumers are saying online. That's across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, forums, blogs, all these different things. And so from the research that we basically did a couple of weeks ago, consumers were actually planning and are currently doing their holiday shopping now. About 68% of them are displaying levels of purchase intent where they're planning to do that, right before Thanksgiving. And so when we'll get into kind of how this compares in comparison to last year, but overall, when we compare this time to last year, we're seeing 61% greater mentions in holiday shopper purchase intent on social media. So even though in-person holiday shopping was impacted because of COVID, consumers know that the majority of the consumers know that they have to prepare for the holiday shopping in advance this year, especially with like shipping times and everything else that's come into play. The other thing that we've looked at is when we looked at so many different verticals, and one of our additional capabilities is to be able to look at and measure purchase intent across different product categories. So electronics, as an example, that is pretty much in line with the trends we see historically. About 85% of what consumers, plan to buy is typically, correlates with technology type purchases. The interesting thing that pretty much stands out in comparison to previous years is shopping for home stuff, whether it's home furniture or patio and garden stuff, that's actually increased. And that trend aligns with what we saw right after the pandemic, right after the lockdown, because more consumers were spending time at home. They are, shifting to investing more for their home because they got to make it a nice place to be. And so I would say, patio, garden, home furniture purchases in comparison to previous years, there's a huge opportunity in terms of what we're seeing with purchase intent there. So another key thing that happens in December is the 1st of December is typically where the Giving Tuesday type stuff kicks in. And so one of the things we looked at was, what is charitable giving going to look like in comparison to last year? And so there's about 29% more mentions of consumers talking about different types of charities and showing that their giving intent is higher in comparison to last year. And it makes a lot of sense just given the, the unrest that took place, earlier in the year. There's been like a shift into more consumers wanting to donate and to charities and different things like that. During December 13th through the 23rd, that's where a lot of these last minute holiday shopping things take place. And so some statistics to keep in mind is that when we look at the general population, And one of the ways that we were able to, collect this data is through a proprietary survey, which we administered. It was about 8,000 respondents. So we achieved about a 97% level of confidence. And there's about there could be about a 3% margin of error in this data. But overall, from a 97% level of confidence, we were able to affirm that about 68% of consumers turn to influencers and or product reviews before buying. Typically, they're following, the influencers that basically align with their affinities and lifestyle. So they're looking for ideas. And about 51% of consumers this year, they're planning on spending the majority of their budget on themselves. So that's also something to keep in mind, like with brands, it doesn't always have to be, gift giving to others. It's almost like an equal distribution where people are planning to buy gifts for themselves as well as for others as well. And we all know that there's no surprise here. In comparison to previous years, actually, this number continues to rise. But about 93% use social media for gift inspiration. They're always stuck in a rut in terms of what to buy. And so they're always, whether it's a combination of social and search, they're typically using these methods to basically inform what their gift ideas should be. As I was kind of thinking about this keynote and just based on discussions, with different clients and what's important to them, questions that should be top of mind for businesses are three things, right? Are consumers going to celebrate? Are consumers going to travel? And will consumers shop? And the reason why these three questions are important is because it shows the mindset of the consumer. And similar to how if you go to a party and you start talking about things that no one wants to really hear about or really cares about, especially during this year where it's a pandemic, it was also an election year. There have been a lot of different events that have taken place during the year. It's important to not be tone deaf to the mindset of the consumer. So as part of the market intelligence that we've been doing, we've been keeping these questions in mind because they have the potential to inform the different types of, actionable insights and strategies brands should be implementing to not be tone deaf to the consumer's mindset. So to answer these questions and then kind of get into what brands can do, in terms of, will consumers celebrate? About 43% are planning to have their usual get-togethers. So even though, due to COVID and things like that, people are still planning to keep things in play. About the other 42%, right, they're planning on virtual get-togethers. So still keeping their family intact, but then, basically just having Zoom on and interfacing with friends and family there. And then the remainder, they're on they're a maybe, but they're kind of leaning towards canceling their events. So that's an important mindset to kind of keep in mind in terms of celebration, is that when a brand is putting up an ad of this big family that's in a room where everyone's in the room and it's 20 plus people celebrating, that can come off as potentially tone deaf to a consumer where their mindset might be a little bit different than that. The second question to keep in mind is, will consumers be traveling? And so in comparison to last year, 42%, there's less travel projected during Thanksgiving. It makes sense. First of all, it's a shorter holiday. Second of all, it's a pandemic year. But then even for the winter holidays, whether it's, Christmas, New Year's, and so on, there's also less projected travel. And a big reason for that is obviously COVID. What's really interesting is consumers in their minds financially, most of them, about 67%, have already put in their minds that money that they're saving in terms of not spending on airfare or on travel or different things, they're planning to use that money to buy gifts for themselves or their friends and family. So that is an opportunity also for brands in terms of, there could be messaging opportunities there, or there could be ideas there. But knowing that that's the consumer's mindset is going to be really key for brands. The last thing is about consumers, shopping. Just based on the previous slides, we saw that there's Obviously, 61% more purchase intent in comparison to last year's. The other thing is that more consumers, there's 34 times more planned purchases online. Because of the pandemic, consumers are actually quite anxious in terms of the social listening that we're able to do about waiting in long lines. They've kind of gotten used to just doing everything from home. And the third thing about online shopping is that retailers like Target, Walmart, there's a competitive advantage there over a retailer like Amazon. And the competitive advantage there is that ability to buy online and pick up in store. That has been a consumer behavior that has gained a ton of traction this year. And so the implication and the messaging strategy for brands is obviously as consumers get closer and closer to the holiday period where they start to be a little bit more sensitive of, is this going to ship to me on time in time for gift giving or ship to the person in time? That could be like a useful strategy in terms of buying online and picking up in store that can be incorporated into the brand messaging. So if what all of this basically means for consumers is three things. The first thing is ads must match the consumer mindset. Earlier this year and on the previous Brand Innovator events, what we've typically done is basically shown branded content and how it compares to influencer content. And a lot of times influencer content in terms of awareness, recall, favorability, sentiment, it tends to overperform versus the branded content. And the reason behind that is because influencers, number one, they have more flexibility. Number two, they have a sense of like what their audience's needs and what their audience's mindset is. So they're able to, tune that messaging to what consumers or what their audience wants to hear. And then now, especially for a year like this, it's going to be important to match the consumer mindset and understand that not all consumers are going to be celebrating, or Christmas and Thanksgiving may not look like it did last year. And so there could be considerations there that brands can take to not come off as tone deaf in those instances. The second piece is staying effective with e-commerce. Obviously, it's based on the pandemic and after lockdown. One of the things that has been ingrained in the consumer muscle memory is online shopping across Amazon, across different online retailers. So staying effective with e-commerce, and for brands making sure that their e-commerce consumer journey is designed to be easy for consumers is going to be really key. And then the third thing, and what we've been seeing, is there's an opportunity to also capture and capitalize on brand virality. And so we'll get into kind of what this means, but there's opportunities to seize the moment. There's opportunities to create scarcity, to really use content to break the mold. And of course, let creators or influencers control the narrative. So one of the things that we saw, I'm sure most of you saw this, but like with, Ocean Spray and TikTok, drinking the cranberry juice while skateboarding, that is an example where resonating culturally is a lot more effective than more of that calculated advertising. And one of the trends that we're seeing is, these are examples of like different brands where they're organically generating a bunch of different views where of just, people or TikTok influencers leveraging like their brand and their products. And there's cultural moments that are happening for, all of these different brands. Like for Martinelli's, it's, TikTok, people on TikTok basically biting into the plastic apple, and Martinelli's has really embraced that. And what we've seen is that these views are actually translating to, search interest. And we all know that search interest correlates with purchase intent and purchase down the line. So that's been a really interesting thing that we're seeing with Dunkaroos and General Mills. There's been people trying to like recreate the product. So there's all these different moments where things are resonating culturally, and these things could be happening for the brand. And it's important for brands to embrace that and even capitalize by creating multiple content pieces for that. There's a second thing that we're seeing, Economics 101. the lower the supply is, the higher demand. And one of the things that we're seeing from a market intelligence standpoint is brands are creating this concept of scarcity. And what scarcity is doing is it's producing, higher demand. Supreme is a brand that does this. Cash App, which, we took a screenshot to basically show this. There's this element of scarcity that is incorporated in the messaging, and that tends to get consumers reacting super quickly and taking whatever action depending on like the brevity of the message. The third thing is breaking the mold. We see cross-pollination between brands, creators, influencers working super well. If you think about it, on any given day, Americans are exposed to anywhere between 4,000 to 10,000 ads every day. A lot of times I ask myself the question, like, what was the last best ad that I saw? I don't know. I can't really remember. I saw so many. And so during the year, and PGA, right, one of the networks as a golf network was experiencing a decrease in viewership. And when they teamed up with the NFL, the matchup between Tiger Woods and Peyton Manning, that was the most watched golf telecast in TV history. And so what we're seeing even from a data standpoint is this cross-pollination really drives effectiveness, and it brings new consumers into the mold. The final thing to really end on is letting creators control the narrative. One of the great things that we're seeing is financial companies have started to embrace influencers, and they're letting and they're putting that into like their marketing mix. What it tends to look like, though, is these ads aren't as effective as, some of the ads that, for example, Chipotle on the right has been putting together. And granted, especially with the financial services industry, there's certain like rules and regulations in terms of what can and can't be done. But a lot of times, because creators understand virality and they understand audiences super well, when they take control of the narrative and do it in a brand safe way, like in the case of, Chipotle, where one of their creators did the lid flip challenge and it generated a bunch of user generated content, about 100,000 videos, 104 million views. That's kind of, what we're alluding to with these moments where we can let creators really control the narrative because they understand their audiences so well. So these are kind of the tactical pieces that influencers or that brands can actually take advantage of to really capitalize, especially on during the holidays and thereafter. So with that said, I'll look at some questions that we have been getting. So the first question is, have you seen any creative holiday shopping campaigns with influencers recently? So yes, one of the things is that, like, specifically with e-commerce, is it allows different types of like messaging, and not everything has to be top of the funnel. So we have seen creative campaigns, and we are doing creative campaigns right now for brands where not only is it accomplishing the goal, but it's also doing it in an authentic and brand safe way. The second question is, what is the importance of foot traffic lift when thinking about this shift to e-commerce for brands who are available online and offline? It depends. It depends on whatever the key goal is, right? Like, obviously in the earlier slides, when we saw that from a consumer mindset standpoint, more consumers are basically going to be doing their shopping online. That's an opportunity for brands to really shift their KPI metrics from, okay, we might see a decline in foot traffic, but our e-commerce business might spike. So that's an opportunity to really think about, and being flexible with the metrics in terms of measuring that. And then we also know that buy online and pick up in store, if a brand is specifically doing that as a retailer, there's a huge opportunity to capitalize on both metrics. So that's another thing. The other question, so have you seen holiday gifting, shopping conversations spike earlier than usual this year? How can marketers use these insights in planning for 2021? This year it did spike. One of the behavioral shifts that happened actually to cause that spike was the fact that consumers are just quite honestly looking for this year to be over. So it did spike earlier than usual, about 2 months earlier than what previous trends have shown. And so that, you know, as a marketer and with the brands that we were working, is because we saw that trend picked up earlier. That was an insight that we delivered to a lot of the brands that we were working in to actually start the messaging a lot earlier, and basically priming the consumer so that it made the lower funnel conversion later on in the weeks during the prime holiday period a little bit more easier. Let's see. What are some long-term research methods brands can take advantage of based on the insights this year? And what are some short-term research insights that they could benefit from? So long-term is going to be monitoring more of, you know, like things like consumer conversation. One of the things I like to think about in terms of research methods is it's important to have research methods that not only capture volume, but they also capture like quality, right? Like, and by quality metrics, I mean something like sentiment. So you might see a spike, like come up with like holiday shopping, but sentiment wise, consumers could be in maybe like a lower or more negative consumer mindset than previous years. So I would say, you know, social listening is going to be a key thing. Surveys are also a really big thing to keep in mind. As long as they're designed properly, sometimes what we see is, you know, brands give like a lot of leading, they lead the consumer to pick the responses that they want the consumer to pick. So as long as it's designed properly, that's another big thing. The other thing is in terms of long-term research, and I'll get into short-term in a bit, is during the year, right, you're basically having, with the pandemic, it's created shifts in consumer behavior. So what those shifts have basically caused is some brands have gained new audiences, some brands have, you know, lost certain audiences. And so in terms of long-term, it's monitoring, you know, where are we standing, like how are our consumers like shifting, especially because of these like these outside factors like COVID and elections and different things. And so it's important to have longitudinal tracking of how consumers are changing, because a brand might think that based on, you know, the consumers that they had a year ago, that might have changed or shifted in a pandemic world. So it's important to keep track and just make sure, you know, are my advocates still my advocates, or has that changed? And then from a short-term research standpoint, it's to experiment. So any brand, right, they're going to have different types of hypotheses. And so it's all about testing that to be able to make sure to see how consumers are responding to different strategies. It's all about testing and learning and iterating. So I would say those are the short-term research methods. Going through more of the questions, what are some examples of reports or studies brands can take advantage of to know if their e-commerce marketing strategy was effective? So that's basically like making sure, depending on like whatever media vehicle like you've selected. Most brands, right, they have multiple media vehicles that are happening at the same time. So like let's say they're working with display and publishers, and then social media is a different media vehicle, and then influencers. Making sure, and I would say this is something that we do well at Influential, is quantifying the effectiveness and the attribution, making sure that the partners that you're also working with have attribution metrics that they can share, so that you can be able to like see the effectiveness of each of the different media vehicles. And a lot of times it's not necessarily that, you know, well, one media vehicle may be more effective than the other, and that could be a learning there, that, you know, social or influencers could be more of an effective media vehicle than search or something else, and that could be a learning. But it's also a learning to know that, you know, when you're structuring these studies, maybe it's the combination of two different media vehicles, maybe social and search, that are really driving the effectiveness. So having that multi-channel attribution is really key to measure the effectiveness. So looking at some of the other questions, and Chris, feel free to stop me at any time. But I think we may have covered all the questions.
Yeah, I'm jumping on here. I'm trying to see if we have covered all of them. Did we talk about DTC versus traditional brands? Did you cover that?
Let me see.
What are the most important research insights for DTC brands versus more traditional brands?
Got it. Yeah. So direct to consumer, I think there's more opportunities there actually, and there's more flexibility in terms of research insights when you're a direct to consumer brand. Traditional brands, they think of everything as like multi-lever, right? Like we've got search, we've got social, we have display and publishers. Whereas with a direct to consumer brand, you typically have a better sense of audience insights. You've built your email list, you've built your nurture list. So there's an opportunity to work with them directly. So I would say a lot of the stuff that we covered, the tactics that we covered in the end, where it's like, seizing the moment, breaking the mold, the research insights there is that a lot of times the audience, direct to consumer brands, have stronger relationships with their audience, and there's opportunities to do more creatively there.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Well, I think you've done an amazing job. As we talked about a couple days ago, you saved our butts by coming in and giving a great keynote when we had a last minute cancellation, and you've been great to do that for us multiple times this year. Very valuable information, and you constantly blow me away with your knowledge and your capabilities. So thank you so much for doing this for us today, Tal.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we've actually reached the last session of the day. We're going to move to a really exciting one. Brian Clevenger, the Vice President of Corporate Marketing at BlackBerry, is going to be joining us in a moment. He is going to be joined by our newbie, Laura Bizdek, joined us about 2 weeks ago. We kind of go company-wide in finding speakers, and lo and behold, the newbie came through big time. So thank you so much, Laura. And I had the pleasure of talking to Brian the other day. He is a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I'll let you guys take it from here. Enjoy.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Hey, Brian. So good to see you.
Good to see you. It's been a bit.
It's been 24 hours. 24 hours. So congrats on your new role. Before we get into kind of how things have affected us during the pandemic, tell us the best kept secret. What has BlackBerry been doing the last few years, and how have you evolved from a device company that, Obama was so loyal to the company that you are today?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think, given our history, given our heritage, we're immediately known for the iconic device. We single-handedly invented the mobile workforce, which is pretty amazing. But the reason those devices were so powerful, which is kind of a secret, if you will, is because of the security. The QWERTY keyboard made it highly, highly productive. But, the reason it was so productive is because of that security. So what we've done over the past several years is taken that security, married that with artificial intelligence and machine learning, and now we're baking that into everything. And when I say everything, I literally mean everything. We're in mobile devices, we're in 175 million cars on the road, we're in streetlights, we're in the International Space Station. So it's really taking that heritage of security, marrying it with artificial intelligence, and then offering that to the world to make the world much more safe and much more secure.
Awesome. So, and how did the company get into the cybersecurity sector, and what should we know as consumers about the technology?
Yeah, it kind of springboarded from the device. Not too long ago, we acquired a company cylance, which is really known for AI and machine learning. And it's a different spin on security. I mean, historically, security has always been reactive, not really preventative. So adding in that layer of machine learning and artificial intelligence, instead of one thing being infected, nothing really gets infected. And I think, the big play with BlackBerry is this idea of intelligence, like our tagline is intelligent security everywhere. And it's really that preventative model. Versus, constantly being reactive, which I think that's been kind of the game of security for, I don't know, past 10 to 20 years. It's all about what it stops. We want to move that to be more preventative.
Awesome. So let's talk a little bit. So you've been in the role for what, 6 months? So as the VP of corporate marketing for this iconic brand, what were some of the challenges you face when you started during the pandemic, and how are you overcoming them?
Yeah, so strange times for sure. So I started interviewing in person in January with BlackBerry. And then we went into the lockdown in March and some things were put on hold. And then I reconnected them. It was right around May when they had made me the offer. And then, went in, did all the onboarding and all that good stuff. But, it's really tough because I've not met my team. Everything is through video. I'm a people person. I like being in an office. So, that's pretty tough. But, what's interesting with BlackBerry, if you look at our heritage, we're all about mobility and remote work. So I think for us, this has been easier, I think, than a lot of companies. We have the tools in place. We have the systems in place because we did this a long, long time ago. So in a way, we were kind of prepared for, what is COVID.
Yeah. And I hope you don't mind me sharing this story, but when you and I chatted a couple days ago, I know your background is on the agency side like me, and then you went to the client side and played a couple of key, you're a creative person. Can you talk about your PC versus Mac story coming into a PC company?
Well, I mean, it was interesting. So Mark Wilson, our CMO and my boss, when I was chatting with him, it's just like, okay, well, I need a Mac. And it's like, oh, okay. That's right. You're a creative guy. And I'm like, yeah, I think if I were given a PC, I wouldn't even know how to turn it on. So yes, absolutely Mac guy. And, that's just given my background going to design school and all that good stuff. But yeah, I've always been a Mac guy, but yes, I have a Mac to do my job at BlackBerry.
Yeah. So before we get to, kind of what's on the horizon, can you talk a little bit about, the BlackBerry and TELUS partnership on the critical event management across Canada? I think that's just such an important story about, how the access you gave to emergency preparedness to keep residents and employees safe.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, security is core to everything we do. If you look at QNX with embedded security, or our Spark platform, any of that stuff, security is core to everything that we do right now. And that's mainly our ad hoc product that is part of that partnership. And it's really about delivering the best connectivity. And the ad hoc product itself is all about secure crisis communications. Lots and lots of governments use this, local and federal governments. TELUS obviously is using that. And it's really an alert platform about severe weather or cybersecurity attacks or man-made incidences. A lot of the messaging about COVID is coming through that platform. But the whole idea is to alert when there is an issue, then collect information about that, and then connect with the individuals that might be involved with that. But it's a super, super powerful platform. I was talking to the gentleman who kind of runs it, and we've been talking about some campaigns that we have coming up. Like when you talk about climate change and flooding on the east and fires on the west, I mean, that's just like a hot spot for this product. But it's really about keeping people safe through secure crisis communication.
Cool. Yeah, that's super important. So you mentioned campaigns. I know that you've got a lot coming up on the horizon, regarding the brand, and we can talk a little bit about that without giving away any top secrets. But as an organization, what's been the biggest change during the pandemic, and how have you shifted gears as it relates to marketing efforts? Are you using social, digital, influencers, et cetera?
Yeah, I've been kind of heads down on the rebrand mainly. I mean, that's what I was hired to do, and then kind of build out the marketing team. So that's been my world for a while. But But not too long ago, I was on a call with Just Media, who's our media partner, and I was talking to Brandon, who's the CEO there, and we're kind of talking like, in the age of COVID, like what does media consumption look like? How are you targeting, your customer base? And in a way, I told him the world's gotten kind of smaller. If you think about marketing or advertising in the past, you might get in your car, you turn on your radio. Okay, there's a radio spot. You get on the freeway, you see a billboard. It's gotten much, much more contained working from home. And now it's connected TV. Obviously, we really, really over-rotate on digital because we can track all that stuff. But it's really reduced the world that people live in. So going from connected TV to the laptop to the phone and really understanding that world and how they're consuming media and what is the engagement levels. That's not saying like, billboards and stuff like that are off the table, but the world to reach your audience has become much, much smaller and in a way, much, much more focused.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been such an inversion versus TV versus social and digital, and we can get into this later, but, that's what we really focus on at Influential. And so can you talk a bit about the rebrand and kind of what's up and coming and what have you been doing since you started?
Not a lot of
sleep. What the hell have you been doing?
I'm kidding. No, so I have to say, like, this is kind of the dream job for me. It's pretty remarkable in the sense it's such an iconic name. Like in talking to John Chen, our CEO, there's never ever been a negative connotation about BlackBerry. I mean, people love their BlackBerries. So to rebrand and reposition such an iconic company where everybody loved, it's like, oh my gosh, this is a pretty amazing gig. But what's been kind of fascinating, and there's lots of ways to go through a rebrand, but I think what myself and Mark, the CMO, really identified was there was some confusion in the market as to what we do and where we are going. So we have to shift that perception, and to me, that's all built on story. Like we need to change the storyline of the company, and how do we educate the market on that? So we really started with the story of the company first. Maybe I'm a little biased because I'm a writer by trade, but that's where we started. And I told Mark CMO, I said, if we can nail that, if we can get the sales team reading from that script, if we can get everybody in the company kind of like reciting that story and maintaining that consistency throughout all of our marketing, I think we'll be on to something. So over the course of 4 or 5 weeks, we wrote a couple of different storylines, a couple of different narratives, shared that with John, our CEO. And after 3 meetings, this is it. Let's move forward with that. And it's like, oh my gosh, wow, that was pretty amazing. So we locked the story in, which is really, really important. We started bouncing that off of analysts, customers, things of that nature. And it really started to resonate, this idea of taking security you held in the palm of your hand and now putting it into everything you touch. It's really, really simple. It moves, from the heritage of BlackBerry and actually shows the market where we're headed, which I think is pretty interesting. And then from there, we went into the design exercise. That was a 6-week process. We engaged 2 agencies because my team was focused on our security summit, which is a big, big deal for us. Engaged 2 agencies, First Person, San Francisco based, and Division of Labor, who's based in Sausalito. Went through the design process. Mark and I met on a weekly basis, and then we presented those 3 directions to John. He liked number 1, he liked number 3, we liked number 1, we liked number 3, shared that internally. We went with option number 1, and now it's probably in the biggest lift phase, which is how do you roll this thing out? And we just had a meeting on Monday. We mapped it out to 4 phases. It's roughly 10 to 12 month process. Q1 being a big lift, we will be in marketing Q1. And that's kind of broad reach, because if you think about where BlackBerry was and where BlackBerry is going, we've done the dual pivot. We've gone from consumer brand to enterprise. Okay, that's shift number 1. And from that point, handheld to software, which is from tangible to intangible. So we have to really tell 2 stories. So we're going to go broad reach media with a lot of that, because again, it's this perception shift that we have to achieve. Obviously, lots of digital. We're going to look at television. We're going to look at traditional print and things of that nature. But Q1 will be a big lift for us from a media perspective. And then it's just pushing it out to everything we do from a website to social, making sure that the sales team is read in on it. All of our partners are read in on it. So this is kind of this is where the work really begins, I guess. But no, I mean, it's really exciting. The process has been amazing. Everybody internally has really embraced this. Obviously, there's a need for it, for a consistent story throughout the entire organization. And now it's like, I'm ready to give birth to this baby and just see it out in the wild.
That's awesome. Well, congrats. It sounds like you've gotten a lot done in a short amount of time. You and I also discussed the importance of data. This kind of piggybacks on the last chat that Tal just went through. But how important is data to you, and staying on top of consumer research, enterprise research, and trends within this vertical bin? And how have competitor insights been valuable?
Yeah, it's absolutely critical. I mean, that's kind of your gauge or your pulse on the market for sure. We're lucky. We have an amazing internal research team that we turn to for a lot of this. We have really great agency partners. Obviously, being a tech company, like, data is imperative. I mean, we test everything. I'm closely aligned with the media team. How are things performing? Can we test messaging? Can we test visuals? All of that good stuff. I mean, it's all built around data. And I think with the brand, we're going to move into a pre and post brand study. We want to check out, perception, awareness, like all of that good stuff. There's no doubt we have a high recall value when it comes to unaided for sure, but we're known for handheld. So how do you start to move that? And we'll look at data and see how all of that is performing. But absolutely, I think in this day and age, if a company's not looking at data, you're probably not long for the world. Yeah,
absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about, kind of this working from home during COVID. You started during COVID. I know you're a mobile first company, but what's been a key component of, successful methodologies and working from home with your teams and your agencies and your external partners, and what's been more challenging?
I mean, it's funny because it's one of the pillars of BlackBerry, that's trust. I totally trust the team. I mean, I'm really fortunate. I have an amazing team. We trust our agency partners. I think it's all built around trust and understanding. If there's no trust, it doesn't matter if you're in an office or remote. You're not going to really accomplish what you set out to do. And I think that's it's great because that is one of the pillars of the company: trust, safety, and security. But that's kind of how we look at everything. Agency partners, employees, so on and so forth, and just trust that they'll be able to deliver on what they say they're going to deliver on.
Yeah, and I would imagine that kind of all the great work you've done and how complicated it's been and the learning curve you've had to go through. It sounds like communication and trust, obviously, as you mentioned, have been a key components. But can you go a little deeper into kind of what methodologies you've used for communication? And you're going through, you've got these outside partners who are doing this really important creative and strategic work for you. What are some of the levers you've pushed to keep people motivated and working together?
Totally, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of a lot of your standard stuff. It's one-on-ones. It's a lot of video conferences. We work in an agile fashion where we're just really connected with the team. There are multiple check-ins, and I also think bringing teams together, whether, everything is operating off of media and creative and planning and so on and so forth, but really looking at teams in various disciplines and bringing those teams together and having standing meetings. I think people aren't a big fan of meetings, but I think in this day and age, you have to have those things. If not, it's like, okay, you feel disconnected. What's going on over here? I don't know what's going on over there. And I think the more you have that, just the better, And I think it's also, within BlackBerry, it's kind of like removing some of those silos to make sure that the teams can feed off of each other. I had a call the other day, and as we're looking at our campaign structure, it's like, okay, I'm responsible for the brand up here, but as we get into a campaign level and then the demand level and some of the demand plays, how does all that work together? We have standing meetings with the demand team. Like how does all that fit together? Because it is a giant puzzle. And I think COVID has made it much, much more complicated because you just can't hop into a room and do a whiteboard session or bounce an idea off of somebody. And also I try to make myself fairly accessible. again, we have all the tools in place, whether that's BlackBerry Messenger, somebody can ping me on that, or throw a meeting on my calendar. Let's jump on video. Let's just bang something out. Let's jump on a phone call. But I think, in lieu of popping into a conference room and just ironing it out on a whiteboard, you just have to make yourself available, like no matter how busy it is. And then, I mean, us being a global company, there are time changes and all that good stuff. But then I also think like being respectful of people's time. I mean, working parents with kids and all of that stuff. And I mean, that's also one of the great things about BlackBerry is there's just a high importance on work-life balance. And again, there's right now in the age of COVID, those lines have been blurred. Like home is work, work is home. And I think respecting those boundaries, that's really, really important as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds like a successful recipe. So how have you stayed motivated? I know you've started in a new role and that's exciting, but what's been a key motivator that gets you up each morning during these unprecedented times?
Well, I think some of it is I love what I do. I feel very fortunate to do what I do. Where what's the saying or the adage, like, if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But I think for me, it's really three things. And I'm a pretty simple person here. First and foremost, it's the brand. I mean, it is BlackBerry. And I said early on, this is such a massive opportunity. I consider myself really, really lucky to kind of rebrand this organization and create some consistency. The opportunity is just ginormous, to start with the story. It's like, oh my gosh, like this is the soul of the organization. And then I think it's the team. I have a great team at all levels. I have access to people that matter. And, team is just paramount. I just have folks that I can rely on from a media perspective, from a creative perspective, just across the board. But I'd say those are the three big things. It's the team, it's the opportunity, and it is the BlackBerry brand. And then on top of that, I just enjoy doing what I do.
Cool. How do you stay motivated at home? Coffee?
Yeah, well, it's funny because I just got a new espresso machine, so it's just like, wow, all right. I mean, a lot of different stuff. I mean, being a creative person, I believe inspiration and ideas and all that can come from different places. If that's listening to a podcast, if that's, reading a story online, if that's watching a movie at the end of the day, but finding sources that just kind of energize you. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really tough, in this day and age. I live in San Francisco, and it's like the thing that really, really, really sucks is like going into a restaurant and having that experience. Like experiences are really, really limited in this day and age, but like getting out and going on a walk, like just clearing your head, I think that's really important. And I tell my team all the time, because there is like, work is home and home is work. It's like block off your calendar for an hour, get out for a walk, clear your head, pick up a book, go online, like do something to check out. And I think that's so important, just clear your brain, because if not, I mean, we've all seen this before. It's like you look at the clock and it's like 6 o'clock and you haven't even moved. And it's like, wow, okay, like I haven't even gotten out of my seat. So I really encourage that, kind of get out and do what you can. And, I mean, obviously be safe. But, back to kind of the media thing, like I think our world has just become smaller and more compressed.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great input. So you mentioned, your background, that was a BlackBerry pun. Your background, you're a creative guy, but in working with you in your other roles, you've always been a visionary, and now as VP of corporate marketing, how have you been able to keep up with a quality design aesthetic across digital and across the brand? And really, I would imagine that BlackBerry is somewhat of a traditional company when it comes to marketing. So bringing someone in like yourself, who's got more of that design aesthetic, how have you been able to pull that through?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a couple of things at play. And I mean, in this day and age, design matters. Like, I mean, it's kind of all the way back to the Bauhaus philosophy, where it's form and function. It has to look good and it actually has to work. But from a design perspective, I mean, I'm very, very fortunate. I have a great team of designers. that I work with. We have agencies that are great designers. But, you know, a lot of it starts with the team, and I think bringing on people that are great at what they do. But the other thing is, you know, having, you know, we have a weekly creative meeting that we check in on projects, and we did, you know, kind of discuss what's going on, and we might share, hey, look, did you guys see this thing in market? Did you see this piece of design? Oh my gosh, have you seen this TV spot? So I think even though we are a fairly traditional organization where, okay, yeah, it is marketing at the end of the day, still design matters, story matters, high creative output matters. And, you know, I will, you know, give a high five to Mark Wilson, our CMO, bringing somebody in like me. And I think creative people are inherently problem solvers, whether that's like a campaign structure, a brand, a story, or any of that stuff. We're really good at solving problems and figuring out how things fit together. But also, I think bringing a creative person, you know, as the VP of corporate marketing, there's going to be a high demand on quality of output.
Yeah.
That is it, you know, if you think about our tagline, intelligent security everywhere, is it intelligently designed? Is it intelligently written? And that's everything. We're going to filter everything we do through those three words. And I think by hiring a creative, everything will have that high level of polish. It will be story driven because, you know, we're starting with story as we rebrand the organization. But I think for anybody in the creative field, I mean, there's such an amazing opportunity out there right now, because if you think about companies, they're hiring creatives. When I got in the business, it was either agencies or design firms that you went to. And now there's more and more companies realizing, oh my gosh, design matters. Like, I have to bring these people in. And I think the more of those people you get, the more aesthetically pleasing the design is going to be, the better the UX is going to be, the better the overall experience from learning about the product or the brand itself to buying it to using it. It's just going to get more and more important as time rolls on, because, you know, if you can look at Nest and my gosh, it's a thermostat, it's beautifully designed. People love that stuff. It's just going to get more and more important for these organizations to get on board with great design.
Absolutely. Yeah, great. Before we've got lots of questions, but before we open it up to the audience, what's one thing or a couple of things you're looking forward to in the upcoming year, in 2021? We all have such high hopes, both in your work and on a personal level.
I mean, I can't wait to get back to traveling. My wife and I were planning a trip before COVID hit. I mean, I'm sure that's true with everybody. You know, I'm looking forward. Like, it's funny as we're rolling the brand out. We had a conversation the other day. It's just like, okay, TV. Okay, yeah, you know, we could do TV now, but shooting from scratch is a safety concern. I mean, going on production. My push was, why don't we wait until COVID is over and we can shoot from scratch? That's one of the things I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to getting into an office and, like, you know, I do go in one day a week, but actually meeting my team, actually hanging out with people again, you know, because I literally have not met my team. It's just like, all right, you're just in a box on my laptop. But all of that I think most people are looking forward to, you know. But yeah, just, I mean, pushing out the brand, you know, but just really building it in a great way, and then just moving beyond COVID, I think, just like everybody is looking forward to.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. I'm going to go to questions, if that's okay, unless there's anything else you want to share. All right. So this is surrounding kind of data and research. What are some long-term research methods you think brands can take advantage on based on insights from this year, and some of the short-term research insights we could benefit from?
Yeah, I mean, you know, with COVID, is it going to go away? Probably not. But again, I think it goes back to, and this is the thing that we've unearthed, is like, just the world getting smaller. Like, how do you use digital in effective manners? Like, how do you connect all those customer touch points? And then I think long-term, just kind of optimizing all of that. I mean, obviously there's a short-term impact and then a long-term impact. And the thing that we've really been like zeroing in on is share of voice from a reputation standpoint. Can we raise that, you know, through SEM, through the brand, through basically everything. And I think we'll get there, you know, because these brands are built, and it's no science formula. It's really consistent story, consistent design told over time. And that time factor is the one thing you really can't truncate. And that's how you build brand equity. But I think measuring that from a data standpoint, doing the awareness studies that we've been doing, making sure things are tracking properly, and then just building upon that. And, it's not science or anything. Like, the things are working, just do more of that. The things that aren't working, you test and you learn. And that's kind of the short term.
Yeah. What are some brands that you think have kind of adapted to COVID times well, both, digitally and marketing wise?
I mean, a lot of direct consumer, no doubt about it. That's a big thing right now. I think, Amazon, of course, and kind of playing off that. I think where brands can do it wrong is when they prey on that stuff. I think that's one thing that we've done a really good job of. If you look at security, and I think that's one thing that the world doesn't want to hear right now, is this fear, uncertainty, and doubt, or any company that kind of plays off of that. I think people write them off, or it lands on deaf ears. As we kind of went into the rebrand, kind of looking at the security space, and I really equate it to health insurance. It's this fear-based approach, which is just a no-no in the age of COVID. Like, don't do it. And in health insurance, it's like, if you fall, you break your leg, you're not insured, you go bankrupt. Okay, great, thank you. I feel so much better about myself. But in the security space, it's the same play. It's, okay, you don't have security in place, you're going to get attacked, you're going to be held for ransom, and you're going to go bankrupt. And I think in the age of COVID, like, brands can't go down that path. They just can't. And for me, being hypersensitive and being a marketer, if I see anything like that, I'm instantly blocking you. I'm dismissing you. Just don't even go near it. And as we started kind of talking about the brand, and it was interesting because I have a setup slide even before I get in the story, and it's the competitor's messaging and it's our messaging. And if they're about what you stop and kind of just like this fear mongering, we're about liberation and confidence. And it's really the polar opposite of how a lot of these companies talk. And as we were walking the analysts through some of this stuff, they were like, oh my gosh, that's so refreshing. But also, I think brands that come out with a positive message in the age of COVID, it's just going to immediately cut through the clutter. Nobody wants to turn on the news anymore. It's just like, just stop. But if you're talking about liberation and confidence and safety, it's like, okay, I might actually listen to you. So I think that's really important. And I think the brands that are succeeding are the brands that really don't up-level that fear factor, if you will, but ones that are talking about, oh, we can make things better. We can make things easier. And I think those are the brands that ultimately will succeed and are succeeding.
Yeah, great. Yeah. And, I think this other question, I think I know the answer to this, but, and you answered it just a little bit now, but, how important is storytelling in brand marketing campaigns now? And what do you predict is the conversations are going to be for consumers in 2021?
I mean, I'm biased. I'm a writer by trade. But it's interesting. I mean, all the way back to cave people. I mean, people love a good story. Like, they just love a good story. And I think if brands, and it's not manufactured story. I think it needs to be authentic to who the company is and what they can deliver on. And I think if you can figure that out, you can figure out a lot. And again, I said early on that there's a lot of ways to rebrand a company. I think a lot of people or a lot of companies instantly go to, oh, let's just look at design. Okay, it's a little superficial. I'm not knocking design. I mean, it's very, very important. But if you can drill down to the essence and the soul of the company through a story, to me, that is just so important, because you provide a script, if you will, for the sales team to walk into a new customer and talk about what you do. You provide a script to the market. And this is something that we're in the midst of right now, is a brand ambassador program, and really, really energizing the employees. I mean, we have 3,500 employees. If they're all reciting the same story and sharing that through social, that becomes a media channel. That's so important. But to me, like, it goes back to everything. It's just like, all right, tell me what you do, what are you about? That's all story driven. And I think it's important. And, to me, it goes all the way back to, the creative revolution that Dole, Dana, and Bernbach started. Bill Bernbach was a writer. The story of Volkswagen, like, oh my gosh, like those have stood the test of time. And I think story is just really, really important. And, again, hats off to BlackBerry for kind of buying what I laid out. And it's like, let's start with story. Let's shift that perception in the market, and let's tell an awesome story the world is waiting for. So I don't think that's going to change. I don't. And I think if brands can understand that really quickly and weave a narrative that works from the top to the bottom that everybody can rally around and support, I think that's just going to be ongoing, now and way into the future.
Yeah, great. And you brought up an interesting point, and this is related to this final question, that doing TV shoots right now or any kind of physical production for marketing is, very dangerous, and there's going to be limitations on it. How have you seen kind of digital and the influencer marketing grow, and are there any influencers that you think have done it well and that you follow?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Definitely in the world of fashion, because I'm kind of a fashion geek. I can actually spin out on this.
Do it.
Okay, so there is a fashion brand that I love because I'm a weird art school kid and a goth kid, which is Rick Owens, and I think he doesn't advertise at all. But one thing that he's done, if you think about the industry of fashion, Dove has done it a little differently with showing real people, but so long it's been about beautiful people, and it's just like, okay, like, do I look like that person? No. But Rick has been just I think, given his audience, understands like the buyers of his clothing are kind of a weird artsy type. But there's this musician called Ghostmane, and it's a weird concoction of like black metal music and hip hop. But he was kind of an underground musician, and Rick has kind of brought him to the surface. And now he's like a model on some of his runway shows. And it's just like, oh my gosh, but only his underground, like diehard audience for Rick Owens would understand that. But I'm like, okay, here's a guy who's done his homework, understands his audience and his customer base, and has unearthed this person that probably the mass world doesn't even know, but the buyers of that clothing, it's like, oh my gosh, and is probably going to help, kind of make his music career even bigger than what it was. And I think he's done a really, really good job of that. But I think if brands can kind of figure out like, okay, really, like truly, who is their customer? What does their customer really follow? What are those triggers? What are the things they absolutely love, and build worlds around that? I think it just does immense things for a brand. But that's me kind of spinning out on the weird world of fashion. But you can do that at a macro level. You can do it at a lot of different levels, but really understanding your target and what makes them tick, I think that's really important.
Yeah, that's a great way to end this. Really interesting. I'd forgotten about Rick Owens, but yeah.
Awesome. Tried and true to his belief, unwavering in his delivery, and just, really just understanding who his core customer base is. Obviously, with any brand, you have to deliver a great product, but just understanding who the target audience is. And then building worlds around that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you so much, Brian. This has been fun. Chris, do you have anything to add, or?
Well, I was just going to say, I absolutely love that parallel. Rick Owens is one of the best designers out there. But funny enough, I come from the fashion world. I was the CMO of Von Dutch years ago, back with the trucker hat. Yeah, and so that office, the Von Dutch office that was on La Brea, is now the Rick Owens office. So super cool. I know I've worked within the same walls as the man. He is a legend. I love your energy, Brian. I think that you bring
Awesome. Thank you.
such a great creativity to what you do. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on what BlackBerry's doing in the near future. I think you guys are going to do some amazing things, and I think that you're going to be a force to be reckoned with there. So thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Laura, thank you for bringing Brian. I look forward to you helping me with this and bringing many more people next year. You rock on stage as well, so I'm looking forward to hopefully having you back in the very, very near future. Thank you guys so
Awesome.
much. Have a
Thanks,
wonderful
Brian.
Thanksgiving break, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
All right, guys, so we made it to the end. This is the final Brand Innovators Influential Marketing Summit of the year. It's a little bit sad, a little bit bittersweet that we have to end now, but some great news for you. I think I have alluded to this, but we will be back for a full session, full year's worth of sessions next year. So if you're not sick of us now, wait till next year. Also, I want to take a moment to commend the whole Brand Innovators team for being such amazing partners and being trailblazers in the virtual conference space. When the pandemic hit, for someone like me that lives for connecting with people at events, it's been very difficult to reconcile not being able to do this for a while. And I felt a little bit lost, but the BI community has done an amazing job in keeping the industry connected. So thank you to Mark and the team for creating this environment that we've so thoroughly enjoyed and benefited from this year. We hope you join us for, not us personally, but we hope you join Brand Innovators after Thanksgiving break, Tuesday, December 1st at 12 noon Eastern time for their inaugural summit on marketing innovation in real estate. They'll be joined by marketing leaders from CBRE, Better.com, Prudential, Remax, and more. Thank you for joining, everyone, and we'll see you again early next year.